Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Cat, I'm a kitty cat, and I dance, 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 and I dance, dance, dance. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Bad Game Hall of Fame. Joined with me, to my left, is Cassidy.
The cat's meow. Meow.
And to my right, Chucky.
Hey, everybody.
And we are back, once again, with Catwoman. How are you, feline?
Well, let's say I'm fine. Let's say I'm A-okay.
I'm kind of dog tired, which is not good for this stream.
Oh, yeah.
I should have taken a cat nap.
Oh, yeah. Funny enough, I actually did have a little cat nap before stream. Which, yeah, I don't know how I feel that I live more like a cat these days, but it works for me. Do you know what else works for me?
Well, you can't just jump into...
Chucky's...
There's an art to this.
Sorry, I got too excited.
We have to introduce the game to folk at home, say that...
Yeah.
Why are people here?
No, you're right.
Why are you
Sorry.
dressed like this?
That's a point. Yes, we are back with our second episode of Argonaut's Catwoman, released for the GameCube and PlayStation 2, and we've been playing the GameCube version. And it's oh, Chucky, you weren't here last time.
I was not. I was even more dog tired last time. I was sick as a dog, actually.
Yeah. And
I'm more of a dog person, if you haven't gathered.
And well, after some gameplay, we'll see if we can get you right back to how bad you felt last week. Oh.
Yeah, this has been, not to, bury the lead here, much like a cat would bury a turd in a box of litter, but this game is something of a turd in and of itself. This might be some of the worst 3D platforming I've ever seen in my time doing this bad game shtick. It really is,
especially for the era,
bad.
I'd say.
Yeah.
Check the archives for that one.
No, like I am known for my general distaste towards the platformer, but I can at least understand the merits of a platformer. I at least understand what makes a good one, what makes a bad one. This is a bad one. Movie tie-in games of the era, mostly focused on like third-person shooting and action-adventure type stuff. And this one does try to blend the platforming with some action combat type stuff. And that stuff's not good either. But even for the era of just dog shit shovelware movie tie-in games, this feels like a particularly awful breed. But all the better for us to play it here on the show, I suppose. All the better for the schadenfreude of watching us suffer through it. And boy howdy, are we suffering here, folks. Now, speaking of suffering... oh, no. How do I... No, I'm the one with egg on my face. Speaking of egg on your face, Sharky Stream Snack. Like I said, an art to it. There's an art to it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And I'm a bit of outsider art, is what I bring to the table here.
Tonight's stream snack is Gyros. Once again, I feel like I have one of these every 2 weeks, and it's time. It's Gyros time, and it was all right. It was decent. I feel like the second half of the gyros I had, cut in the middle. Second half was actually kind of light on the meat, so it was mostly lettuce and sauce and tomato, which is all right, I guess. I feel like it's better than the one I had last time. Our drink tonight is C4 Smart Energy Sparkling Peach Mango. Ignite your brilliance. And I'll have on the side here, the copy says, brilliance is just a sip away. Your mind needs fuel too. That's where Cognizin, registered trademark, citicoline comes in, a clinically tested ingredient that supports productivity. The key to your next big moment in your hands, literally, sharpens mental focus, clinically studied to elevate alertness. So snake oil.
Yeah, it's so many of these drinks we drink are.
This very much trying to tell me, like, hey, this make your brain go good. Make brain work? Yee. So let's see. Maybe this will cure me. Maybe I won't have to go on break if I have this drink.
Oh, should we mention that you're going on break soon? Have we mentioned that on the show?
Oh yeah, I'm going on break soon. I'm going on break like in a month-ish. I trust these two to hold down the fort. But I will come back better, stronger, hopefully. Hopefully I come back. This drink. It's all right. It's all right. It says no artificial flavors, I believe. Wait. It says other natural flavors. I don't know. Does it have no artificial flavors? Or am I don't know. Maybe I'm making up shit for them. You know what? I'll say it like this. It tastes fine. It does taste like a more kind of natural, fruity flavor. It doesn't taste quite as cloying as maybe a lot of other energy drinks do, where you can really taste like the artificialness of them. So thus far, this is all right. I have a lot of other flavors. I actually bought like a 12-pack variety of these just online. I have dipped into the realm of buying my energy drinks online now, so I can get more variety onto the show.
Yeah, get on that dark web, get those forbidden flavors.
Yeah.
Like the old Four Loko, still floating around out there, I would hope.
I think so. I could probably go to a gas station and just get a Four Loko still. Anyway, Cass, what do you have tonight?
Monster Energy Ultraviolet. Nothing new, nothing particularly exciting on this end. I could go get some catnip. I could...
Good.
We have cats, and so we have catnip. We have kibble. I could go take a handful of kibble, pop that in my mouth, beyond theme. But, I don't think Catwoman's earned it. I don't think Catwoman deserves it. I think this game has...
deserve having like a theme going on with her?
No, I think not.
Johnny, what are you having?
Okay, well, the closest to a theme I have is stuff with milk in it. I have the last of my Starbucks caramel macchiato, and I also have a... Who's the brand? Cadbury's Timeout Bar. It's like a creamy chocolate covered wafer. These are good. These are from that discount market online place I got, where they just sent 50 of these in a box that we have to do something with. But yeah, I've got a lot of milk-based products, and thankfully I'm either lactose intolerant or, like a cat, I'm too stupid to realize I'm lactose intolerant and having the milk anyway.
There you go, because I did want to bring up, you're not supposed to give cats milk.
No, I have one cat, though, who seems to be immune. The other cat I'm not so sure about, but Minnie has snuck milk and never had any problems. She's a wonder cat. I don't know. I don't know what's up with her. She also eats dog food sometimes, though, so who knows.
I see Slime Generator in chat saying, you want some greenies, Cass? You know what? Bring me one. If you can hear me from the other room, bring me a single greenie.
This is a present from me to you.
Thank you for the subscription, Merspon. Maybe bring me another an edible if you don't mind, possibly to wash it down with.
Now, for the folks at home who may not know much about cats, a greenie is like it's like something to clean their teeth, right? It's like a cat treat that is supposed to be, and it cleans their teeth. Am I right?
Yeah, something like that. All right, the greenie has been brought. Thank you kindly.
All right, give us a taste test.
Oh, I'm regretting this immediately.
Anything for the bit.
Oh, God. Oh,
No, not true cat at heart.
Oh, my God. Oh. That's like a flavor explosion in my mouth, and not a good one. Oh, my God. Oh, it's stuck in my tooth.
But your teeth have never been cleaner.
The one fucking tooth. It's all stuck inside of. Dear God. Oh, my.
I mean, I also used to, like, sneak a taste of, like, the pet treats. Granted, I was 9, but not, in my 30s. But, never too old. Anyway, that'll do it for tonight's stream snack and potential need to call poison control.
I didn't swallow. I couldn't. I thought about it. Do I dare? And I decided no. I decided no against that. Oh my God. Well, let's move speedily past that to the main stage.
You know, the website for Greenies advertises first and foremost delicious taste.
You know, cats have a different palate than humans. I'm discovering that. I've come to that realization.
Yeah, that's mentioned. Some cats have weird palates, like mine, that will just sometimes eat the dog food as well.
Our cat Wally, the first day we brought them into the house, they made themselves at home, and we had a loaf of Hawaiian bread out, wrapped up, ready to go for sandwiches and such. And they chewed through the plastic and ate through like 3 or 4 slices of bread before we caught them. And now we're not allowed to have bread out, or anything else for that matter.
Oh yeah, I hear my other cat Ginger likes some bread products as well.
I thought Jezebel's like surprisingly good about not getting into stuff because like we just keep treats on a table right next to like where she sits, and she is in like immediate access. She just like lean her head over and grab one if she wanted to, but if she wants a treat, she'll just look at them and like wait for us to actually hand them to her.
Your turn, Johnny, to play this one. I still have to recover. I actually have a photo of Wally eating the bread, so maybe I'll put that up on screen in a second.
Couldn't get enough, could ya?
You know what carb my dog loves though? She loves spaghetti.
Mamma
When
mia.
it's spaghetti time, she will just wait for like singular strands of spaghetti and she'll like slurp them up. Or they'll get stuck under her chin and then she'll just start going around in circles and kind of rolling around and trying to figure out how to get it off.
All right, people ready to see a photo of Kitten Wally?
Yeah.
He still wants it. You can see he's still like, so I'm getting more of that, right? I'm getting Hawaiian hot dog buns, by the way. My recollection was slightly off, but luckily there's a photo for proof.
Alright, okay. I was hesitant on that menu there because I was briefly worried we'd lost progress, and then I found out, oh, okay, no, they split this area into 2 smoke levels.
So you're breaking into here trying to find some Hawaiian hot dog rolls.
Yes.
Maybe, yeah.
The forbidden fruit.
What are you doing? Recap me on the story because I wasn't here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do your
so
best.
This is assuming you haven't seen the movie. We're playing as, I think her name's Patience, and she
Patience
worked for a
Phillips.
makeup company, and she saw a meeting.
Make
that
progress while you're
apparently-
doing this.
Yeah,
Yeah, go.
that made them want to kill her. It's kind of vague why, you don't really get it, but apparently they were doing something shady, and shady enough they were like, well, we're killing this lady.
So
And then
Patience,
we became
not Selena Kyle.
No.
No. This is from a universe where there's been a history of like people endowed with the Catwoman abilities.
What the hell's going on here?
That guy is
Right,
so
they tried to kill
Midwestern.
you.
Working the night shift.
Oh,
Me too.
we got a new mechanic. Yeah,
Have a seat.
but yeah, it's like Catwoman is like 4, I guess, in like the early Marvel comics where someone becomes 4 in universe, or like the Green Lanterns. It's strange, but yeah, they try and kill her. She falls out a sewer pipe, and then a cat revives her. She becomes Catwoman.
Make sure to hit him in
And
the
then
head
she
with
just goes
stuff, by the way.
around-
You have scenery you can hit them with.
That's true, yeah. And then she just kind of goes into places. And camera, work with me here. Nope. Okay, we're not
Is
working
that guy
with me
calling
here.
somebody? There's a trash can for you.
There you go. Wildcat
Wildcat.
objectives complete. This guy's cowering in fear. Oh, and he's gone.
And
He
he
just
left.
phased right through that elevator.
Yeah, that's one of the few things I remember about this game is when you beat enemies, they just run away, and that is defeat.
Yeah.
Or
You
you
should-
put them in something, and you're just like, and that's that, and you walk away.
Start hitting switches until something happens would be my...
Ah, but how do I hit a switch?
You whip it. Whip it good, because there's no interact button. It's strictly whipping.
Right?
Nope, neither of those work. Must have to come back here later.
What about that
How about
big
this one?
switch? There you go.
And there's another
Oh,
one at the
that's
far
different.
end, near the elevator or near the door that people are coming in and out of. No, the other way.
They also did.
That, yeah. You mean over here?
Yes, that giant purple console.
Do you
Well,
think that
didn't
may
like
be
me
a
doing
thing
that either.
to hit enemies into?
It's
That's
impossible
what I
to
thought it
tell
was.
because they use the same highlight for every goddamn
Yeah.
object in the environment.
I'm just gonna have a quick looky in here with our
Mhm.
Catovision that is annoying to use.
I wonder if you can just grab those now. or if you...
Speaking of annoying, by the way, now I'm stuck zoomed in. If I want to look around the environment, there we go. I was having to think about it actually, like how comes we so much in the first episode got lost, despite having that cat direction thing, and it's because using that thing is so annoying. I
wait.
think I know
it's a
what puzzle
sequence.
this is.
Yep.
Yep, guess
Oh.
one. And it's because going into that vision is so annoying that we just rather not use it. And also sometimes it doesn't show you what to do.
All right, now one on
Like
the right.
that bit outside the nightclub
and
where you have to
now-
just break a random screen and that just lets you go forward. yeah,
Joe
going
Real
into that
says,
mode-
surely this is
Oh,
a
yeah, go
devious puzzle from the Riddler. Oh, that Edward Nigma. Oh, no, he wouldn't be called Edward Nigma in this universe. He'd be called Frankie Farce.
Okay. Have either of you seen? I'm sure this question was answered in the start of the previous episode. Have either of you seen the Catwoman movie?
Fuck no.
No, just the Alison Pregler video that covers it. And yeah,
Camera.
it's- my theory is that you have to use the D-pad. Nope, it got caught. Never mind. Not that I think we even need these anyway. We think they just unlock comic pages or something.
No, those are skill points. You do need them because they give you the ability to get new abilities.
Is that what those do?
Yes.
Because I thought you just earn like points and that determines.
You do earn points, but you also earn points by collecting the gems. They count towards your end of level total as far as like the points are concerned.
You're gonna want. So okay, it always takes a break right at that point. So just wait for that point. Now I'm not accounting for the fact that I'm sure the controls are ass.
Yeah. I'm using the D-pad to move the camera, Chalky.
Joe DeReal in chat says
Oh,
that
I
this...
take back what I said. It does not stop at the same point. It actually just goes a little bit forward. All right, Joe Real says yes.
This game seems to have worse camera controls than Castlevania 64, which is currently being played by our Bad Game Club, discord.gg/BGHOF. Folk playing Castlevania on the N64.
Let me just double check.
And guess what? You're going to need
Okay.
to do this anyway because you can't climb that
Yep.
lip. Yep.
Yeah, I figured. Just wanted to. And this game likes to make rules where it says, yeah, you can't wall climb on this because we said so. I was replaying some before stream just to like refamiliarize myself and do a little bit of testing. And I got reminded of that construction yard area where they just they have one of these collectibles and to stop you wall running.
Oh. Good save.
They just put those wooden boards against the wall to stop you from wall running there. I never figured out how to get that collectible, by the way, because we'll just put this, plywood against the wall. And then,
How did you
Isn't
not
this-
get... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Isn't this the most video game ass room, by the way?
Yeah.
Like we're supposed to be in like some sort of
Oh!
we're supposed to be in some sort of factory, right? Like think of a factory that's laid out like this.
Their efficiency is
Yeah.
minimal at best. They can't have nationwide distribution with a process this slow. I'll tell you that much for free. The QQQQQ says, this is one of the worst games I ever rented at Blockbuster. Yeah, I don't doubt it. This is one of the worst games we've
Why
played.
did you do that?
To be clear, you can't just jump up onto one of these blocks, right?
From the
Because
ground,
I saw when you were falling, you managed to grab the lip and climb yourself up. So
Yeah. No, this game likes to arbitrarily disable the ability to like climb walls or grab certain ledges. Where the designer said, well, that's not how we designed you to do this puzzle. So,
Yeah, this is a game of
Yeah.
only single solutions to any given puzzle. There's a very specific way the developers intend you to play the game.
no. Why, camera? Why? It's the worst time to...
Nope, you made it. Now you gotta finish the job somehow.
Oh,
Okay. There you go.
Yippee!
the panic is real, folks.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
you'll
and
like this,
checkpoints.
Charky. The reason...
Camera.
Oh, I like this Dutch angle. Yeah, the reason
Yeah.
the camera controls on the D-pad is because this is a Virtua Quest-like. the whip
No
is all
directional
right
control,
stick.
I assume.
More directional control
Uh,
than Virtua Quest, but it's only 4 directions.
check. Code is blue.
It's like forward facing, backward facing, left, right, and that's it. You can't do diagonal control for some reason. Yep, I've still got a leg. Just had to check.
And hand,
And
too.
Still got hands.
Intact.
Yep.
Ready for some cat's play?
Very essential
That's
that was
too-
pre-rendered.
That's not even a pun. You should have said, like, pet play. That might have been too risque for the time, but at least it would have made sense. Nope.
The Catwoman movie, by the way, from what I am to understand, full of cat puns.
Yeah. It's, the tone of it's weird because it's, like, half trying to be contemporary and serious. What did that do?
It turns the lights on and
Is
off
this
so you
supposed to
can
be
see in
dark?
Yes. It is now dark in the room.
Remember, cats can see in the dark, so...
So you can see the lasers now, I guess? You can see them before, though.
Yeah, I almost can't see him now. But yeah, the movie is like half contemporary, but then every so often it feels like it's trying to be like Adam West era Catwoman. Oh yeah.
The reason I
Kentucky.
asked... Oh, I remember... Okay, I saw a little bit of y'all's stream, and I just remember something about... I think Cass discovering that the sound of hitting your head on something is the sound of the whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, the reason I had asked earlier if either of y'all had seen the movie was because I was curious if there were any cameos or any allusions to other Batman characters in that movie.
I did watch
Only-
a scene. They show
Ooh.
Selena Kyle from Batman Returns in a photo that falls out of like a dossier at one point, and that's it.
Yeah, the Keeper of the Cat lore is like, yeah, there's been famous Catwomen for all time, and they just flash a photo of her very briefly.
Are you ready for some
Alright.
more platforming?
Oh, am I?
You just walk onto this one, and then it does
Okay.
nothing.
Okay. Is there any Catport guidance? Oh, now there is.
Oh, I see what you... Okay.
Yeah. Problem is the camera movement is so slow in that mode. And sometimes those paw prints are so hard to find. Hey look, they actually are giving us a little bit of guidance here.
I'll make
Oh,
sure to get
there's
that
a
shit on the left.
Thingy.
Yeah, yeah.
If it lets you.
Yeah, this is the stuff where you have to think really hard about what inputs you're doing. Because it really doesn't control how you think it would.
It doesn't control, period, in my earnest opinion.
Okay, yep, get down. God, I kind of wish I just never turned that camera mode thing on.
And look at all these skill
Now
points
the
we're
rest of the
leaving
game's like
behind.
this.
Where am I supposed to be going, actually?
I would presume the door right there. You know, the one that you took all this great length to
This?
land next to? No? Okay.
Come on. What's the name of a cat? Is it Midnight?
Yes.
So I think that... Where's your guidance? You told me to go this way.
I think you need to traverse the beams. I think you're getting into that lab on the right-hand side or to that, whatever that is, on the other side, that open door frame. So you know what I'm
I
going to
would
do?
expect
I'm going to
you
go
to.
ahead and
Yep.
save state you here because, as established in this game has no respect for your time. So it will make you redo large swaths
Yeah.
of it.
The
Just to fuck
checkpoint
with
placement is so strange. Yeah, you'll go like half a level, no checkpoint, and then they'll put 2 checkpoints between an area with no platforming and combat encounters. It's...
you. All right, good luck. I'm saying get on that beam right there. Get on that. You got points for it.
Which
Alley
means that's
cat.
probably what we're supposed to do, yeah. Okay, let me try...
Nope.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of air control when you jump. Because again,
That-
they're trying to be a Prince of Persia-like. And they did not get it. Ah, I forgot. I did look up what these inputs were last time. There you go. F5, F8.
Don't
Ah,
worry.
you got specific slot ones. Cool.
Yeah, I'm just gonna find these behind the
Yeah.
scenes. Okay.
I wonder if this is actually what you're supposed to do. I saw the things up there that would make it look like you're supposed to do it. It just doesn't
Yeah.
seem like the game's control setup
Yeah.
is
The
such
problem
that
is
you would actually be able to do
sometimes-
this.
Sometimes the bonuses are put out of the way, and then some of them are put like kind of along the main path, like a.
I wonder if
collectathon
you
with
can whip
coins or
onto
whatever.
it. I wonder if you can use the whip to like attach
Oh,
yourself
yeah.
to the.
Oh, overshot it that time.
Here's what I'm thinking. Once you get on it, then what? Because I feel like there's no way the game's gonna let you walk on that thing without like just dropping you off immediately.
Well, that's not even real.
You know,
You know
I'm
what I
having
think
a
is
load
supposed to
state here.
happen?
Suffer.
You know what I think? Okay, I think I know what's
Also-
supposed to happen. I have a hunch because there's that grate there. That like in the other instance, that's where one of the boxes came out. What if you're supposed to hit something to activate, and that just sends boxes that you can ride along rather than trying to stand on the rails?
I think what we need is a handprint for that device there. So maybe whip that thing.
Infinite, okay, good to know.
Will that not get anyone's attention?
Oh.
Do you need to trip the alarm? Do you need to,
That'd
after
be
all
really
this
funny.
time, just be like, oh, by the way, actually, good job, you
no,
know?
I think this does damage. Oh, wait.
Calling for backup. Do you?
No, there you go.
Jesus Christ,
Need
game.
your clock punched?
Bang him on the head with
Okay.
something just to make him thwack. How many points can you get? How many times will they let you do this? The most long-suffering enemy in video game
Oh,
history
yeah.
right now.
Honestly, it's
Grind.
But,
oh, health
okay.
back.
so we've technically beat him.
Okay. And now you're going to.
That really hurt him.
I wonder if that is a legitimate way to grind points forever.
It honestly seems like that. Okay, we've hit Scaredy Cat objective. I think maybe... But like, you could get infinite points, but I think it caps how many upgrades you get. Well, this does not
Okay.
seem to be doing anything for me.
I think maybe he just
I'm-
needs to run away. He needs to automatically go through that door. He needs to give up at some point. No, he's just going to cower in
Well,
the
let
corner.
me just kick him more towards it.
Was this game released on PC too?
It was, yes.
That couldn't have been good.
There's all that bullshit. And there's a camera fin here, which makes me... That's just to do... Yeah, get back on here. God, I hate this color mode we've got on right now.
You could always go
Make it
back to the
something
other
that's-
end of the level and turn the lights back on.
God, I might, honestly.
Okay, so I found out what. First of all, you're gonna summon more guards now, I think.
That's fine.
But what turning off the lights does is it actually restricts the guard's ability to see.
Oh. Yeah,
So,
because it doesn't
yeah, you
actually
don't
make the
need to
lasers
turn-
that hard to see.
Yeah.
Oh, music. Aha, we do have music.
What a treat.
Like sick combat skills.
Speaking of cats, I got a cat at the door trying to scratch and get in. They heard we were playing Catwoman, and they're like, finally.
Hey, don't hog the greenies.
Hey! Hoppa!
Okay. So the guide seems to imply that you need to take one of those canisters and throw it at the control panel that had the handprint thing on it.
Alright.
Or just go through the door. Like, the door's open. Why couldn't you just go through now?
Why is it working now? Who knows?
And that has opened an entirely different door in the room. Anyway, that's your
Yeah.
way forward, or that will open up your progression.
You
And
know,
also turn
that's-
off the lasers.
That may
yeah.
seem very stupid and disconnected and just like an awful solution to this puzzle, but on the other hand, Argonaut Games were technical geniuses, so clearly they have a better understanding of technical systems and how things work, electrical engineering, than we would. So maybe this is secretly like brilliant, and if we were just like smart enough, we would have known that one just like that, like right out the gate.
Yeah, but yeah, no, progression like that is why I think so often we don't actually use this, because it turns out it's useless. There was no hints in this mid-vision mode that really helped there.
How long do you think it would have taken us to figure that out had I not looked up a game facts guide?
Oh, we wouldn't have. We would not have figured out like half the puzzles in this game. Quote unquote puzzles. Because that's basically like every puzzle solution is just like do a completely disconnected thing on the other side of the room, and somehow it'll Rube Goldberg its way into
Yes.
some way you can progress.
That's what I thought would happen right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rube Goldberg logic in this universe of just, oh, you broke this fin and just happened to open up this platforming puzzle. It's like the Tony Hawk world. It's, oh, you destroy this fin and suddenly now there's skatable objects everywhere.
Rube Goldberg, more like Rude Goldberg. Oh, kill me.
Alright, so we should be able to go up there and, oh dear, I think I know what we're gonna have to do.
So
I
you
don't
got
actually
the
know
first
if
time.
this run is any quicker or not. Cool game.
Slime in chat, who is a not only supplier of greenies to me, but also a something of a Tony Hawk runner, says the scoring system and level objectives were kind of reminding me of Tony Hawk. It was the mid 2000s, I guess. It's not an excuse.
Yeah, get out of here.
The animations also are about the quality of like a Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. Everything that isn't Catwoman. Catwoman is, kind of immaculately animated in this game. It's just all the guards and all like the knocking them into stuff where it slows down time, and I'm just thinking about like repeatedly like knocking the foreman into the water in the factory.
My memory of like that era-ish of Tony Hawk animations is Bam Margera and like his special move of just hitting himself in the head with his own skateboard.
Yeah.
Because I would just do that constantly.
Hey
Alright.
guys, I think I need a save state here.
Wow, it's like deja vu. We wound up right back where we started.
Alright, you ready? Let's overshoot this jump. Hey,
All right, now
I was
ride
trying to
it
jinx
out.
myself in reverse. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to risk it.
Do get these skill points
Get
though.
those though.
In that one,
There's one more,
Yeah.
I think.
there is, but we'll never find it because the camera is so
There it is.
wonderful. Oh no, there it is.
They're
You're gonna
over
have to
there.
transfer. You are gonna have to make the transfer here.
Transfer several times. How tight has the economy of like upgrades been?
Not very.
But you do have to sometimes go out of your way to do
No.
faffing about. For example, like when I was replaying stuff.
And so
There we go.
begins. Yep.
That's the overshooting I was looking for. Like when I was faffing about before the stream, replaying stuff, doing like the first 3 levels, I literally only had enough to get the first 3 upgrades. So that's ones we didn't get. Though I'm curious to show those off because I know how they work. I should put work
Get
in
it?
quotes there, in scare quotes. Just why doesn't like this is a problem? Like they can't decide when you're allowed to grab onto stuff and not. And they don't do the thing that the Prince of Persia games of the time did to make this platforming work. Is that the Prince had a very strict jump distance, and therefore the jumps were all built around that. So you never were gonna like mess up a jump because you knew exactly how far he could jump. And that's on me.
No, I could tell that was gonna. Yeah.
Slime in chat saying this is one of the few games where I see the platforming in it, and I'm convinced that doing this IRL would be easier than doing it in game. I always say this about every game that I don't think controls well. I just say that I could do this easier, whether it's a sports game, a driving game, a platformer, a first-person shooter.
It really feels like luck when I make this jump. Because yeah, I was trying desperately to push the stick back to not overshoot the jump, and I don't know if it's doing anything.
And just to remind folk that if we weren't doing save states here, each fuck-up would take 2 to 3 minutes to correct for, with its own precarious series of, like, you could miss it and have to reset again on the way.
Closer to 2 minutes with this stuff, but some levels, like the first half of the factory section, that's the one where it's, like...
I feel like for that jump over to the other track, you have to like wait until you're already going around the bend to make that jump.
Maybe.
Blahats asks,
you go ahead.
Which Bad Game Hall of Fame member would wear Catwoman's fit best? Not me.
That's a great question.
Well, Johnny's already got the cat bag on, so
yeah.
As per.
I don't know if I have the
Blahats
midsection
request.
for this though.
I'm about to steal
Way
this
too
fucking
early.
controller out your hand, and I don't want to play this.
Oh.
I didn't want to have to play this last episode either, but...
Yeah, when I peeked in on the last episode, I actually got in chat like towards the very end. I'm like, why the hell is Cass playing this?
It's a long story.
Okay, wait until you're already going around the bend. Go.
You know what? I'm going to save state you right here.
Yep. Oh, now she does it. Now she knows how to grab on a ledge.
That last one. There you go.
Joe DeReal says, at least the music's exciting to keep you going.
Yeah. I really like the camera angle there, where it just points straight down, so you can't see where you're jumping towards.
It's to remind you of
That's
the
a good
consequences
choice.
for fucking up.
Woo! First try, folks. Well, I think I glitched that button, but that was fine. God, they really love some of these like Silent Hill-esque camera rails sometimes, like the angles they pick.
I also
Ooh.
love that room so much they had to do it a second time.
Yeah. Okay, so we got green lasers now.
If these seem
So
like
you
the
know this
Hershey
place
type.
is, yeah. You know this place is fancy because they can afford to have more than one laser type.
Unlike
Okay.
Nintendo and the Virtual Boy.
And I have good news. My 3D glasses came in. My red blues.
There you go. You were talking about in You're a Winner that you were looking at our most recent Virtual Boy episode to see how the Virtual Boy holds up with that, and doesn't make a huge difference in a lot of the games we did in that episode.
Yeah. I don't know if it's just poor design or just the way the thing works, but the only game I really found the 3D effect I could see throughout was Mario Clash. Where it's like, oh yeah, I'm seeing.
How well
I
do you
can
think it
actually
works in
tell the
Catwoman?
depth. God, who knows? This game might not even understand the concept of 3D.
You know,
Alright.
another game with
Here's your
animal-themed thieves that's on PlayStation 2 that does have 3D glasses support, Sly Cooper 3. Apparently, you can just have red blues and do that.
Yeah, a few games fucked around with just having 3D modes. You know, Duke 3D, the build engine, has a 3D mode that most people never use because why would you?
Yeah, I didn't know that, actually.
Oh wow, now this. Speaking of This is a Duke Nukem 3D puzzle, right? So what are we actually doing? Looking at lips.
This shipment of eyeballs coming in. That's
gotta
a
move
lot
this-
of switches in this room.
Yeah. Let's get back up here. Obviously, we got to move this thing somewhere.
You're moving it. It says behind the truck.
Oh, the truck that's so clearly illustrated in that camera angle.
Alright.
Yeah.
Let's go look for a truck.
Right where you are.
Assuming I'm actually looking at the right part of the thing.
Claws are out.
Oh, this is a perfect time to bring up, by the way. One of the things I tested in my own time was how that weird live system game over thing works. Not actually as egregious or like amazing as I was expecting. When you run out of lives, you just revert to last checkpoint. So it's a almost meaningless system that was probably just there because of like maybe a high exec, mandate of, well, you're making a Catwoman game, so you have to represent the 9 lives in some way.
Ignore what I said about the truck. Wrong part of this factory that is
Yeah.
entirely full of cranes and switches.
Yeah. And the other thing is I found outside of these combat encounters, it is incredibly hard to die in this game. As far as I can tell, no fall will kill you. When you get to a certain low health value, you'll always regen health. And in a lot of those, they're shooting at you, run away sections. The little bullets, that make like the impact effects, those are fake, so those don't do any damage. I am trying to figure out where we're going, by the way, while I'm doing this. And the sniper fights, like the laser shoots you in those chase sections, it shoots you so slowly that you recover the damage it does to you by the time it hits you. Again. So you're just... Yeah.
Okay, you're
You
using
see
the
it's glowing
crane
now.
You see
Yep.
it? Okay.
Oh,
It's not
this
in
is
the
not
right
even a
position,
hard
but you need to
puzzle.
get across the
Yeah.
other side.
It's not even a hard puzzle. This is just going to be tedious.
Welcome
The
to
guy
Catwoman.
had the solution, assuming that you walked into the room and did not start fucking with the things. So I can't tell you now what buttons to press.
No, that's okay. I can see what you have to do.
Also, I would suggest next time you try to get out of here, don't go through the lasers again.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. He's not going to follow me up. Now, the controls might have other things in mind, but we're safe. So yeah, we're just going to have to bring this all the way around.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you will have to put it in a special configuration if you want to get that
Yep.
shiny.
I think that
And
one
that
in
shiny.
particular.
And that other one.
Okay, that must be the spot. I love it. You've only got one way of controlling it, so you can't move it left and right.
I feel like that's
I feel like this
This
is
is
not
the
the
worst
position.
way you could have implemented this. No. I think it's one more. Yeah,
Yeah.
look, the game's
Okay.
even going, hey, look, hey. Okay. And look, because I left the enemies there, we get some music. Alright, and then, yep, hold this button.
So
Okay.
you can whip those to do something.
Alright, so now you have a path.
This is the worst way you could do this, because now we have to go back into that room,
Yes.
move the thing again.
Yep.
We were talking the first stream about, here's parts you should just completely cut all this. This is a good part, I would say. Just cut all this.
But bear in mind, this
Okay.
is the only idea they had. This is the only thing they thought to fill their game with. You gotta get a game to at least, like, 3 hours of gameplay.
Oh, that was
Gonna have
not...
to turn the thing around.
Yeah. From that perspective, I legit could not tell it was leaning that way.
So I am now conditioned to think that there's going to be a bespoke camera angle for it is now in the right position.
Yeah. We know that at least.
So
Okay,
one
now I
more.
see it, yeah. Yeah, it's just, I could, you know, you were talking about the 3D depth. I literally could not tell. Look on, it's a 2D image, but just the camera angle they picked meant I could not tell the depth of that crane. Oh, camera. Alright. Here we go again. So with the pipe swinging sections, you can, if you do it right, keep momentum going and do like quick swings. When you have
Now,
to do
before
the
you
whip
go,
swing.
before you go,
Ooh.
if you want to get that shiny that was up there behind you, you do that one more time, I think.
Yeah.
Because now you've opened a shortcut to where you're standing.
And yeah, that one I bet you have to do some sort of put this in the right position.
You know what? Who gives a fuck?
Okay.
Yep.
I did just want to alert you to that.
Yeah, so who gives a fuck about this? Just run through the lasers. I mean, who cares, right? I mean, there's been no
then
consequence.
Let's see what these do.
Okay.
Oh, now these ones
Ah.
hurt. You know, because the red
finally.
lasers before just tripped the alarm, and then they see what they did was, it's clever they color-coded, because the green lasers in the other room, they taught you, conditioned you, that they just set off an alarm. So they have two different colors of lasers that both do completely different things, depending on the room. Great going, guys. Hacks.
Poster model on the television.
And yep, that's about how much story we get in these cutscenes usually.
See how each of these points you're getting.
Oh, okay, so Blinn fragments.
Pretty dangerous.
You don't get a lot though, honestly, from getting those.
But you do get, they multiply very heavily compared to
Yeah.
most of the stuff, so.
And you missed midnight.
Okay.
Little time.
Yeah, that's just how you get lives back.
And a bunch of points for it. Yeah, there's like
yeah.
hidden grates
So
and
I
stuff in
do-
each of the levels.
So I do want to get this move because I know how it works, so I want to show it.
Here's a move you like.
And this one I brought but did not see. But I am curious about. This is supposed to be our like close-in range attacks. And then what's this? Send guys flying with a double heel kick to the chest.
Oh, remember, we also have that mode toggle, that combat mode
Right,
toggle that we
yeah.
have not used, because why the fuck would you?
I'm actually... What order do you follow these panels in?
Oh, you know, it's like the traditional French way of reading comics. It's top left, bottom right, bottom left, top right, then center. You know, it's intuitive.
You take it all in at the same time.
All right, this
absorb
mode.
the information.
Okay. I'll have to remember to do that next time.
Oh, you don't have to. I mean, we should show it off, I
then-
guess, but...
These are the other modes.
And I think you need to unlock everything in order to unlock the final power-up.
I'm going to leave that double kick from now because that seems almost identical to something I already have.
I still taste the greenie in my mouth, by the way. It's still like on the tip of my tongue, and I've tried to wash it down, but...
That's kind of why I have like a pack of Listerine strips in my room, just in case the stream snack ends up being real bad, and I'm like, I need to get this flavor out of my mouth immediately.
With Slavicki dead, my last piece of unfinished business rests with George Hedare.
Who's that? Go watch the movie, dumbass.
I'm sure he won't mind if I drop in unannounced.
I think he will mind, actually. You are intruding on his property. And I presume he's a villain. So. Vesla says, I have to ask, have the cat puns gotten old yet? Brother, they were never new or fresh to begin with. They were.
Yeah. The only saving grace is there's so little dialogue and cutscenes. Ooh.
I thought he was unlocking the door for a second. I thought he was like, I'm coming out there.
Is this where they keep the bad guards? Is he like in timeout?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Now think about what you've done. He needs a dunce
There's
cap,
something
too.
nice.
Yeah. I leave that in your capable hands, Johnny.
How'd you get in here?
Yeah. If I was saying anything legitimately...
Big yard.
Oh, yeah, just... I don't even know what to say about that line. It's that, for the wall climbing stuff, you can kind of save yourself when she does this. It's the one nice thing that the platforming does.
I like
But
how
also
that
if it
guard was just like, stop! Just had his hand out. We couldn't even see it till the last second because of the wonderful camera. Huh?
Disarm
What?
the fire hydrant.
You know, cats do hate water, so...
Yeah.
Lawhead says there's never enough puns.
Brink Gothic
Alright.
says, I'll say this level looks more distinct than previous ones. I'm expecting Poison Ivy
Here
to
we
come
go.
out.
So this is the grab and throw move. Problem A, you can't freely move around. You can only strafe in this weird circle. Oh. Problem number 2 is
B,
that,
I
I
guess
guess.
Yeah, you just let him go.
Also, if you're too close to some stuff or in the wrong place, like that box... Okay, this would be a great example. No, dude, that move. I guess when she's too close. Oh, okay, I can throw him in the box now. Not from this angle, you can't.
Yeah, they have very
yeah, this
specific
is-
zones in which you can actually toss people into the stuff.
Yeah.
Incredibly particular in a way that is not pleasing. Also, hell of a fucking park job on that truck, by the way. It's half on the grass, half on the cobblestone. How did it even get here?
You know what game I've been playing lately? I've been getting really into a different game. While y'all have been playing Catwoman, I know you've been playing for fun too, off stream.
Yeah.
I've been getting into Canoodle. You know what that is? You know that game?
I know Noodle Cadoodle, the old kid store for children's toys.
I know
this
Kitten
is-
Caboodle.
This is Canoodle. It is a physical puzzle. It's like a grid of like 5 by 11, and you have these shapes like tetraminos, although some of them are like 5 pieces. And you just have to like put them all back into the grid and have them all fit in place. So you have to just figure out like, you know, oh, this doesn't fit here unless I maybe flip it around, but then I screw up and do there. You would probably hate that kind of puzzle. I think you've said before that you don't like that kind of puzzle cast.
No.
But
I don't like
I've
many
been playing
things.
I've been playing some physical games here instead of some video games. But I will say, and I'm bringing it back to Catwoman here, I do have some control issues with this game as well. Controls aren't great. Because the pieces are like these round beads. So when you're trying to put a piece down, it can kind of slip in your hand and like turn the wrong way as you're trying to put it down. So somehow...
Move on, Johnny.
Sorry. I wanted to have a brief amount of fun. There we go. Too much fun had.
Somehow I found out
Oh.
that you can have bad controls in real life too.
Entirely possible. Okay, I have a few comments from chat to read here.
Yeah.
Slime confirms that there is not a game called Dog Woman. That's a shame for all the other dog furries out there. Vesla speculates that there has to be at least one good game featuring the Batman female anti-heroes. No, there is not. They go on to ask, didn't people like that Harley Quinn animated show? It would probably make a good game. I don't know about that. They would probably indulge way too much in the excessive violence that makes that show like tedious at times. The writing's like very funny in that show on occasion, and I like the directions they take the characters in that show. But I have a feeling the video game would just be like beat 'em up, where people explode into jibs every time you kill them. It would probably get very old very quick. That or it would
Or
be
it'd
like
be
the
a mobile
Telltale
game.
Adventure game. Or what game?
A mobile game, just an idle game.
Oh, yeah, where you're just farming anti-heroes, farming villains, get a rare poison ivy. Continuous Noise says, some people like that Suicide Squad game that Harley in it. Did they? Did they? Are you talking about Suicide Squad killed the Justice League?
I do know at least one person who defended that game. They're also the person who thought Resident Evil 4 2005 was one of the worst controlling games ever made. So I don't put much stock in their opinions.
Well, I'll say that Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League is on our list, so...
Yeah, but I think I also said in an episode that it'll be like 10 years before we run out of ideas and have to play it, so the time is ticking on that.
I don't think I was supposed to make that jump, but
And we put the
Fuck
truck
you, game.
there, so on some level I think they were
Yeah.
supposed to.
I don't see... Oh, wait, you know what? Never mind. Actually,
but watch.
I thought I saw a different way up there, but I realized that was just, like, textures lining up in a weird way. So, yeah. I don't know. Maybe that was... I think that's intentional.
yeah.
I think it's intentional to get up there like that. It's just finicky.
It feels broken. Okay, so what I should mention, you see this white thing over here? I'm looking for the other one.
Okay.
Because one of them turned on a light to that security door that we're opening. There was a checkpoint there. Where is it? Probably in here. I'm betting. But how do I get in here?
Do you maybe go through the house? Did it cut
Yeah,
through,
it
like-
is in there.
Did it cut through that door at some point? I feel like it cut to this door. The door.
No, the cutaway was for the door that's over there. And that's the one I have to break the 2 junction boxes to get into.
If you broke one of the junction boxes, I think according to this, there should have been a thing that opened.
Just try the doors. Just humor me, Johnny, and just try walking through the doors. I know it's not going to work, but just do it anyway. Thank you. And now the other one.
Yep.
I'm trying to keep up with what you have done and what you have not done, but I'm seeing stuff here about, like, whipping open a gate.
You could try whipping open the gates.
Yeah.
I mean, I know this one has the keys on it, and this guard who is really phoning it in at this point. But...
Yeah. So, I broke the junction box near that car, and that turned on one light over this door.
I get that. I'm just saying that try the doors
Oh, yeah, I'm
that
just saying
lead
for
to
Sharky.
areas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you find Midnight? Because apparently he was, like, right there, too. That's not important.
No, that's... I found it.
What?
It's so obvious. Okay, Sharky. Where
Yeah,
do you
go
make
for it, do it.
progress?
That window up there, right? Is that what you're seeing?
It's there.
Ah.
Obviously.
Jesus Christ.
Let me check. Does the cat vision...
It does tell you go up there, but
Yeah, but you'd
have to, 1, know to be examining it with the cat
Yeah.
vision, and 2, know that what it actually
be in
means
range.
is do this.
Yeah, and be in range, because sometimes if you're too far away, that doesn't render. And again, it's so tedious to go into first person to do that.
Oh, there.
People
There it
moan
is.
about what Batman Arkham did with like Batman Vision. It's a way better solution than this game. Yay!
There
That's how
you
that
go.
works.
All right.
All right, people are saying
It's
this
fine.
game, Vessel is half expecting this game to turn into a Hitman game with Catwoman. That's like a gimmick table at a wrestling show
Yeah.
that breaks too early. That bench there. But, I was going to say, Hitman, putting bodies in boxes. Oh, boy.
Well, clearly something must happen here.
Use the hammer.
Okay.
Use the hammer to
Yeah,
bust it
yeah.
open. No?
Good thing this thing is full of hammers. Let me check the thing again. Never mind. You got it.
Yeah, who
I
needs
swear
a
I tried-
fucking key? Who
I
needs
swear
a
I
key?
tried that.
I need to get high. I'll be right back. I'm going to.
All right.
I also need some water, so I'll be back in just a minute. Tell me if I miss anything exciting.
You say as guards like storm to the room.
What is this, some kind of freak show?
Oh, you pummeled the pommel horse.
So yeah, so for reference, Sharky, this is the stuff where you do that directional combat.
But it is
she
actually directional in some regard.
Yeah, but she is like very stiff in where she can move. You know what? Maybe this is an issue with the PlayStation 2 version. Because I messed around with the PS2 version, and I remember having an issue, like trying to hit enemies in diagonal places. I might have to check that again after stream.
I don't remember like the one time I played.
Oh yeah.
Go on.
Yeah. So you have to hold the left trigger. Oh, let me disarm this guy. There we go.
He just jumped into him.
Yeah. You hit them with enough moves, they eventually get scared. For some reason, like that.
Alright, I think he's scared now. Yes. I don't even remember what console I played this on. Like the one time I did play it.
Where did that guy go? Oh, there he is.
And yeah, right into that. There you go. Good.
Did he even get points? Okay, I need to get him to come over here. There we go.
I don't know. Part of me just wants to become a physical puzzle sicko, you know? I'm starting to think about it. Like, get away from video games sometimes and just have actual puzzles I can dick around with. Like, I'm already on the path to becoming a sicko because when I got that canoodle thing, I'm like, man, you know what? I should have sprung like the extra like $8 for the special collector's edition because that one has like a better grid on it. It's like, damn.
I think I'll stretch my muscles.
Damn, I'm stupid. For someone who wants to learn how to solve puzzles.
All right, I've returned.
What did I even do there? There you go.
Well, okay.
Tasty, tasty water. Cool. That was a cool stunt he did. Can you ride the hobby horse at all? Can you?
No. Just there we go.
I was gonna say I feel like they should give you the opportunity to like get on this equipment and do things.
Yeah.
But that would be like a more stylish and like thoughtful game.
I know we talked about it last episode at length, but man, oh man, Argonaut games. How far they fell.
Yeah.
There was like a minute there where they were the cutting edge, the bleeding fucking edge. Designing bespoke chips for SNES cartridges to make 3D happen on a console that didn't deserve it and was certainly not capable of it. Doing it on the Game Boy prior to that.
Oh, see how many points I got there? You didn't, because they overlapped.
Bob in chat says, yeah, how do you go from Ren and Stimpy Fire Dogs to this?
Okay, I was telling you, Sharky, about the having to hold the left trigger to do combat moves, because that's also how you do some of the platforming. So if you've ever seen me running around these levels and just randomly do this, it's usually not intentional. It's usually because I'm doing combat, and it's like, oh, you want to go up a wall, don't you?
Yeah, you should be holding down the L button like 90% of the time in this game.
You know, I figured.
Why have
This
this system work like this?
Oh, yep, just happened again.
Yeah, it's really inconvenient anytime they need to activate that scoreboard. They have to destroy their electrical panel and install a new one.
Why make you hit it 3 times though? What's
I don't know. That came up in the previous the
Okay.
level we ended on
I have a theory.
as well.
It's to slow down your progress. You know how like some games will have like you're like turning a valve or turning a crank, I should say, and it takes like an extra amount of time and there's enemies in the room, and the idea is to interrupt you doing the thing to make progression happen by having enemies in the room, so that, you know, if you want to do it uninterrupted, you need to deal with the enemies first. So it's progression gating, basically, would be my guess.
Yeah.
I feel like this game does it even necessarily encourage, but beyond the fact that you might want to get it done sooner, I feel like this game doesn't really encourage you to just like blitz like that. Like I feel like naturally it'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna take care of this room and then move on.
Oh, it encourages you to complete it quickly because you don't want to play the game that long. You want to be done with it and finished with it. So that's your natural incentive to just speed blitz through it.
Oh, such an alley cat move.
Blah Hat says, I'm getting reminded of the Croft Manor gym in the PS2 Tomb Raider games. Now, where's the butler we can shut in the freezer? Alfred, come out here. Can you go get me some pizza rolls from the freezer? Ah, joke's on you, bitch.
What game are they playing in here?
That's a good question. I was not here when you were fighting on the ground floor, so. But it looks
on
like
the ground floor, it didn't look like there was a spot for like basketball nets.
Let's see.
I don't think
volleyball.
It was like
volleyball or maybe
tennis.
Was it badminton?
Badminton could be a possible option here.
Yeah, get their shuttlecocks out.
I feel like you wouldn't have a scoreboard like that for.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Surely this is not the way for. Where am I going?
Was that a Hulk Hogan branded thing?
No, not quite.
HH, brother.
There's a Pokeball to the left.
I think that's meant to be a volleyball. That or was one of the beauty ointment skin cream things. It's probably the beauty ointment skin.
Yeah, that's Sharon Stone's character there.
Doesn't like the beauty ointment in the movie kill people or something?
Yes.
If you stop using it, yeah, it like turns you into a zombie. But if you use it for a long time, it makes your skin as strong as marble.
Which is, I think I raised this point, but you ever seen a little show by the name of Batman, the animated series, and how they choose to do the Clayface origin story in that? Where,
right,
he
yeah,
uses the cream to restore his skin, but then it ultimately turns him into goop.
Yeah. Okay. I have a theory. I think it's wrong.
You want to like tear the poster in half, tear the banner in half, maybe? Like if you slide down it, you.
Nope, I just don't know.
Look for cat paws.
I know we don't do it this way.
Midnight has already been here, done that in all these levels. Why don't they just save the fucking day?
Yeah. Oh, hey, I got extra points for doing that second time. Like, okay, you see the swingy poles that are this way. I've got to get over those somehow.
Okay, Johnny, the thing you were trying to do was correct.
Uh-oh.
You crawl along that poster. You won't fall off, apparently. You can just climb it. You go all the way to the right, and you jump to the right.
Didn't come through on Mike. My arm fell down and hit my leg in... just...
Frustration, disbelief.
Yeah. You can't do that.
That does not look like a thing that you can just climb. That does look like something you would just fall off of.
You at least put, like, the netting effect on it. Make it be a fucking tennis net. We're in the gym.
I'm a save state you. Just give me a second here.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to be safe. So you don't have to do all that shit again.
You are close to a checkpoint. But granted, yeah, if you fuck up this part, then yeah.
So yeah, so on those poles, you can do that, like that, and get through them quick. If you have to use your whip, she has to come to like a dead stop and then start swinging again. I'm just gonna look over here quick. Yep, we get over there.
You know what these camera angles remind me of? I know people have been saying Battlefield Earth, but it's like the 60s Batman TV show, which always had canted angles for like comic effects. A little bit of that too.
Oh, imagine if you fucked up that and you just go all the way back to the bottom.
Hey, it happened to someone. Statistically, it happened to someone out there.
Alright. No, you don't need to go in verse.
You need to bust those boxes up. With the wrench.
Look at the wrench.
Why are we doing this?
If. fuck this guy's house, I guess.
Oh, because that's how gates open.
Now, just think. Catwoman could have probably climbed over that gate, climbed over that whole thing. Would have been trivial for her. But no, instead
jump is almost.
we had to waste 20 fucking minutes solving busy work puzzles around this place.
It's the
Have you ever
most
seen-
video game logic ever.
Have you ever seen any like movie or game or something where like someone comes up across like a locked door with a panel by the side, and they're like, "Yeah, watch this," and they break the panel, and then like someone else is like, "Oh great, now it's never gonna open." I feel like that we should see that at least happen once because
Yeah.
that's probably what would actually happen.
Oh, maybe they'll do that in the new scary movie.
Yeah, in between their jokes about pronouns and shit.
Yeah.
I saw a little bit of that trailer. But the thing is, for whatever reason, YouTube put it in my recommendations, but it was the Brazilian version of the trailer. So it was dubbed, but because it's YouTube, it had an English auto dub on it for when I clicked on it. So I watched the trailer, which was a English translation, an AI English translation of a Portuguese translation of an English jokes in that movie.
Let's dance.
It's probably the best way to see that trailer, maybe.
Speaking of things that are not this game, just to, have something to talk about. How about that Resident Evil 9, huh? Hey, anyone hear me talk about that? Anyone hear me talk about Resident Evil Requiem? I got thoughts on
I
it.
haven't played it yet. I'm going to play it. I don't know. I know you have your thoughts on it. I have no thoughts because I've tried to keep myself as spoiler free as possible.
Well, I'm going to
terms of,
spoil
like,
it to say that it's one of the
mechanics.
worst things I've ever played. Like, straight
We're
up.
playing Catwoman.
Yeah, I know it's maybe not the best venue for talking about, being one of the worst games of all time, but when we have this in front of us. But man, oh man. Too early to consider that one for the Bad Game Hall of Fame. It's with its 90% Metacritic score and people giving it like critical
Yeah.
acclaim. And I'm the only one. I'm the one who feels like a fucking alien because I detest it more than
know what?
anything I've played in a long while.
Jeff Gerstmann wasn't too hard on it, but his conclusion was, I just don't think I like Resident Evil games.
Yeah, I think the conclusion I came to is that ultimately I just don't like video games. Is what is the conclusion I'm coming to. I know I've said it like jokingly, half jokingly, really, on the show before, but now I think I'm really like solidified in my man. Maybe video games just aren't for me. Well, time to go host my 3-hour bi-daily show about playing video games.
I mean, you could see it as like modern video games aren't like more current video game sensibilities aren't, or
Yeah, but I
more
also hate
current
retro games,
mainstream.
though. I also hate old
But,
video
okay,
games because they're too
But
slow.
there are old games in the past that you do like, though. Like, if we find the games that you do like, Katamari, insert FPS that you like here, like old Call of Duty, right?
Yeah,
Like,
there's...
those are older games. So a lot, you could think like your sensibilities are not in modern video games, and I would say at least in modern mainstream video games, because there could be some indie stuff out there that you would actually gel with.
Yeah, I mean,
don't
look, to be
know.
clear, like, to give an actual thought here, to, actually, like, try to,
See the signs, man.
to not just be, like, completely cynical. When I say I hate video games, I mean it. No, I mean, like, obviously, like, I mostly refer to the mainstream of video games, the AAA machine, the major studios and publishers. God bless indies. The only place where you find experimental stuff, people actually like doing things, having ideas about mechanics and gameplay, and like actually like coming up with satisfying personal narratives and stuff. So I'm not gonna poo-poo indie game space in the same way as I would take the fucking bat, the spiked bat, to like Capcom over this one. But yeah, I don't know. It's
Well, you're not alone, I guess, because Frank Gothic says it helps. I had a friend earlier today, about the same time you did, Cass, say similar things about Requiem.
Yeah. I will say, again, not playing myself and just hearing impressions. My worry is that the two-person gameplay, like how different two characters are. My worry is like for some people they're gonna like that, and then for others, for example, like your opinions and
this
the
is so
feeling I was
clumsily
right about
grafted
is-
onto each other.
Yeah.
It's two completely different games that just arbitrarily at defined points in the narrative they decide to switch it up because they're worried, they're too scared that you might get too bored of one or the other, or they're worried about alienating people who came from RE7 versus the people who came from RE4. And meanwhile, absolutely zero consideration paid to the people who've been playing since fucking 1996, like me, dumbasses who have been brand loyal for going on 30 years at this point.
Now, Cass, part of the reason I actually brought up Canoodle earlier, and that I'm getting into it, is that's leading me to ask you, do you want to join me in becoming physical game sickos, into starting to get into like just puzzle toys?
Yeah, but how do I
playing with
pirate
that?
those? How do I pirate a physical game is the question.
Well, that's called shoplifting.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was told, don't do this at home, folks. What I was told by a friend is they went to Walmart, and if they wanted to get anything, they would just take it and they would put it in their purse, and then when they would leave, they'd do a big yawn like they're tired, and over the sensors and leave.
I mean, whatever works.
Which I feel like you would get caught after a while. You would just be known
There we
as
go.
like, hey, that's Sleepy Cass. Always coming in here, real tired, yawning in the exact same way every time they leave.
Aha, that's our progress.
For legal reasons,
So-
I do not condone stealing
Oh, whatever.
from Walmart.
Yeah. Yeah,
I do-
for
let me
strictly
rephrase that. I do
legal
not
reasons.
encourage-
Yeah, we are at the Bad Game Hall of Fame.
Yeah, for legal
Wink,
reasons, I
wink.
don't.
Do
For
not
philosophical
encourage.
reasons.
Wink, wink. Shoplifting. Wink, wink.
Oh no, let me put it this way: for legal reasons, I don't encourage shoplifting. For philosophical reasons, I do encourage shoplifting. Ethical shoplifting, it depends. Don't steal from a farmer's market. You're an asshole if you do that.
Alright, you go over there. Yep. But yeah, this grab and pull move is useless most of the time because
Yeah, I assume this was just going to slow down the game by accidentally going into this mode.
Yeah.
Because it's just bound to the C-stick, right? I mean, it's not like anything in particular. It's like you just try to whip someone, you would try to do normal attack, and it would just do this instead. Situationally.
Well, it looks like, actually, well, that was helpful.
Well, you only whip when you're not holding the left stick. That's how they delineate between attacks and whip.
Left stick or left trigger?
Well, yeah, sorry, left trigger. Yep, you're right on that.
Okay.
I knew you'd be fast on the trigger.
Freeze!
Who is she saying that to, and why is she saying that to them?
I
She
guess
said that
whoever
because I was asking about the trigger.
Well, someone's shooting.
Does it matter?
Not my problem.
Really not. No, I've got to deal with this camera. The real enemy. What? Oh, she made it. I don't know if that came through, but she made the I bumped my head on something sound when I made that jump.
This is strictly necessary, by the way. That animation there, that was entirely
is-
necessary.
Yeah,
Plot
that's probably the
relevant.
most. Yeah, it's the most movie accurate we've been so far. I think. Yippee!
Let the cat out. So
Who
many
let the
diamonds,
cats out?
Meow, 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 meow.
All right, so we got.
Oh, you know
this
what?
Power up.
I want you to buy this one and see if this just unlocks the last one, because I think the last power-up is just an extension of this one. I think it's like a tiered
this is
upgrade
useless.
thing. It is completely useless, and so is the other one you unlock, but I want you to waste the gems on it anyway.
Let me just quickly what these others do. Oh, I really want the pose though. These are the two I'd actually want.
So which one do you want Giant to get?
I want them,
yeah, the.
I want
the
them to
see-through
get
wall
the...
spin.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to quick save you here. How about that? And you can just prove my theory here by buying the useless upgrade to see if it unlocks the other useless upgrade.
All right. You done the save, yeah?
I've done the save, yeah. Because I assumed you have to buy every upgrade to unlock that last upgrade, but now it occurs to me you could just buy this one, and it might unlock the last one. No?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
So it must be every upgrade, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Right, so which one did you want to get?
I'll go for pose first.
And rightly so, rightly so.
Press A to strike a pose if a guard responds with the C stick in his direction when the highlight displays.
Slime in chat says, Argonaut dev kicking back in their chair a week before launch day.
Wait, did I actually
Finally
buy
done
it?
with the idle animation. Now time to make the game.
There we go. Also, fun fact, if you don't hit end purchase in there,
It
will
bounces
take
you back to the high score screen. Yeah.
Well, I think it can even it'll take you it'll confirm your purchases, but it might even like take you to the next level without saving. It's very strange. Ugh. I'm sorry to do this, Cass. Can you take over for like 5 minutes while I take my meds?
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
I was gonna step away too.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I'll still be here.
Okay.
Oh, look, someone's
I'll
playing
stick around,
Catwoman the video game. How meta. Wait, hold on. Is this TV following me?
Yes. Yes.
Why? What's the point of that?
It's tech. It's so like you can sit anywhere in the room, and like the TV will say like, okay, I'll let you watch me from over there. This is the house of the future.
Oh yeah, I think it's a smart house. Smart house.
Yeah, there's going to be like a AI dressed as a lady who shows up as a hologram and turns into a tornado. I never saw that Disney movie.
I always forget the name of the lady who plays Leela in Futurama, and Miss Bundy and Married with Children, who plays the lady in Smart House. Someone in chat will know, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I just want to fuck up this guy's house.
Yeah.
All
I mean,
right.
if this is what his house is like, regardless of whatever the plot is, I think he deserves it.
Katie Seagal, thank you.
Oh wow, see how quick we got a checkpoint that time? It's almost like a level.
Now, can I backtrack? Because... Oh god, the camera. I'm holding down and left on the control stick, right?
Yeah.
Because that was the direction I was
you have
holding.
to-
I'm still holding that. And I reset. Now it'll work because of the awesome fixed camera nature of this game. I wanted to go back into that previous room to see if I just triggered the alarms, triggered the lasers, if I would get to explore the level any, but...
My cat's eye spies.
It's almost like those kind of shifting camera angles aren't great for these controls.
Are you gonna do some dominoes shit?
Apparently not.
Maybe.
because-
Yep, do it right when you're standing there.
Yeah, no. Was it the rule of 3? Did you have to do it 3 times?
Maybe.
Because we've had that a couple of times with the puzzle solving. Yeah, oh yeah, there was no way you could have kicked that through that glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you have to hold left trigger to crawl.
Well, I found the pose button.
Oh, you did, yeah.
How do I crawl again? Oh, yeah. L.
Yeah,
I just had to get that out of my
left trigger,
system.
Oh,
So is that it for this room? Okay, never mind.
I get it's a whole gimmick, but it's just really funny that this woman refuses to do anything by hand. No, I have to use the whip.
I spent all this time practicing the whip.
How did you do a spin with it like that?
Because I don't know. I just
You just had it. A secret move
Were you
unlocked, I
rotating
guess.
the stick or something?
No, I tapped it in one direction while forgetting to hold the L button. That's all I did. We have some questions in chat. Would someone read them?
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. Mail City asks, oh yeah, I forgot to ask, y'all like the decreasingly enthusiastic enemy voice acting on this game? My favorite line delivery is, this is private property.
Yeah, that's... If the rest of the game wasn't so painful to play, we would be enjoying that more. It's just the game is such a drag factor that even those moments get ruined.
Well, hello.
Wanna play a while?
And then aim at him and hit
With the C
whip
stick,
thing.
yep.
Yeah.
Oh, you made him so scared. by posing. That's how that works.
It did say that it would drive them into a frenzy.
Yeah, so who knows if that even worked.
I'm trying
even
to
think
send
that-
them flying, but
I don't think
Yes,
it
the
even worked
C
correctly
stick again.
because he had an icon above his head like a special thing, but you missed because you were standing on a thing. We might not have even seen the actual effect of it.
I'm just a kitten at heart.
So now you're supposed to...
But never mind. I thought he was going to jump into the fireplace. Time to self-immolate.
All right, let's try this again. Or
I think
not.
it's already
just-
open.
Yeah.
I think it was just a binary
I'm
state.
just so confused. I have no clue if we're getting that pose move to work properly or not.
I don't think
there you
anything in this game works
Ooh.
properly, would be my hazarding a guess moment here.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to pick up the vase so I can toss it at the security camera. Maybe I don't
Okay,
even need to do
it's-
that. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Nope, I'm not.
Well, these smart cameras you
Oh,
normally
okay.
flick stuff at. You might have to go into cat vision with Z and see if there's
Okay.
anything.
I think the thing that we were trying to do hasn't even procced yet correctly. I'm looking at the guide for the pose thing. It says if it succeeds in tempting one or more, they'll glow green. And then you attack them with a whip for a pussycat objective.
Sorry. That looks so bad.
Like I said, Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 levels of animation happening here. Not a positive.
Yeah, okay, now you can hit the cameras, yeah. I like that elephant statue, by the way.
Thought I could knock that over, too. But no, I know what I need to do. Ow. Oh, right. I don't like this timing. Can we get a different timing? Rule of threes on it? Okay, no. Oh, assholes. Fuckers. Lull me into a false sense of security, why don't you? That's a hell of a remote.
Oh,
many
yeah,
later?
those old things. Yeah, the smart remotes, yeah.
How many
Game &
channels do you think
Watch?
they get?
What is this TV placement?
Yeah, if you were sitting
in the
here,
chair.
Yeah, great. So I could just catch the lip of this fucking overhang here, and then maybe catch like 3/4 of the television. Man, the rich don't know how to design homes. Rich people homes really
Yeah.
are this bad.
All right. Well, there was a kitty cat thing on the screen, so...
Yes, I was trying to.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is a timed puzzle. I get what I need to do. I just need to figure out how to climb
get
this.
that angle of attack.
Yeah. And remember, I'm not the one who's
Hang
been
on.
playing for the past hour or so. So
Can you
I'm...
do anything to this fuse box that's on the other staircase?
I noticed that, but there's nothing I can seemingly do to it.
I've tried
Yeah,
everything. Whip.
I mean, there's no objects
well,
I
this-
can pick up
It's
here.
that or the kick, yeah.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, the kick. That might be an idea. Oh, great. Now it's cycling. Now it's another bit of timing that I'm absolutely not going to nail down. Oh, yeah, I saw the paw prints on the TV, but clearly this is what they want me to do. This is the actual... Oh, you know what it is? It's bounce back and forth between them.
Yep.
But there's
They-
so
they
little
really
time.
just- Yeah.
Bonk.
Oh,
You
is
know
it
what?
just
I
as
don't
soon
think
as
it's
you...
timing. It's
Yeah.
the moment you hit the ground afterwards, then it just closes.
Because, you know, that makes sense.
It's all a giant pressure plate.
Just
The
the...
security system runs on skill checks.
Yeah. The video game... Like,
That
yeah,
you
the
can
caveat
close
that
it.
this is not just video game objectives is, like, falling apart more and more. And just their visual language of what you can crawl on as well. They've just given up on that.
Cool.
Hey.
I sure feel satisfied after that. Also, how many security cameras have caught us? You think they would have gone to full lockdown mode? Whoever's manning the fucking, like, security desk. The cameras keep going out, and they're like, well, you know, I saw Catwoman there for a minute, but maybe she left. Maybe she's gone now. Maybe she...
You know, the thing that has really stuck with me, at least in this episode that I've been in, has been the amount of times they've repeated the same liminal rooms. How, like, in between, like, one room and another, you'll come across the exact same setup over and over again.
Is this supposed to be, like, gas, by the way, in the room? Yes, it is.
Yes. You're fine if you don't crawl, though, so it's really just there to keep you from ducking, which I don't know.
That's not how gas works.
It's very heavy gas. It's that hexafluoride shit.
Can I start a fire?
If you start breathing it in, your voice will get, like, real deep.
Oh, you know what? There's probably going to be enemies who come in, and I can knock them into those trophies there. If I had to hazard a guess. If I were to predict what this game is going to do.
Yeah, that or you just throw a trophy out that window. Because again, you couldn't possibly kick it.
Yeah. Good work. You got it.
Hold on, I just want to get rid of all
the trophies.
Oh, they keep fading in.
No. He keeps earning more accolades, and they keep coming back.
What was the point of the gas in that room? What did that add? What?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let you know that room was stinky, that he needs to clean it.
I think you'd be able to afford a maid. All right, so I'm going to step into the water. Oh, big whoop! Yeah. God forbid I do this.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so that's an issue.
Now it's a big whoop. Yeah.
Okay, it teleported you up there. You know, I have a real distinct memory of this room. Only because I watched an LP of this, like, way long ago.
Men Drinking Coffee did this, right?
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. So, I don't know. Something about the fact that this room stuck in my mind gives me a bad feeling about this room.
Yeah, you gotta hold left or right and then jump while holding the... Oh.
That works.
Oh, okay. Ah, phew, you could grab that. Because turning around on poles is one of the hardest things to do in this game. Because the left stick is used for both climbing up them, climbing down them, and for spinning around. And it's not equipped to do all those functions.
Okay, here's what I gotta do. I need to whip those so I can get in place so I can make the jump. I would presume.
Yeah.
If only there was a guard underneath. What they should have done, if this game had any sense of fun whatsoever, they'd have a guard walk in while we're up here. It'd be like, where did that Catwoman go? And I can just drop a flower pot on his head and get some bonus points. This is basic shit. This is basic most, let's have fun making our video game type decisions that you could make. But, you know, as has been alluded to, and as I think Mail City was mentioning, just like, you could tell, just like the developers at a certain point in this, the team of 100 assembled by Argonaut Games to get this game out the fucking door in, like, rush order, were clearly not passionate about their work. Even though their entire studio hinged on this game's success, this was literally the game that was going to make or break them. But they couldn't bother be asked to be passionate about it. I want to get that.
And then
you know what I assume is an instance of devs having some fun. I'm just bringing this up so I can tell this story. Is I played the demo for Armitage, which is a game from the people who did Godfall, if you remember that. Which I'm surprised that studio still exists, but they do. And Armitage is actually pretty fun. But in the options, they have something for frame rate limits. And I don't know why, but they decided not to put, like, a lower bound on it. So you can put it at 1 frame per second, which affects everything, like, including the menus. It makes it completely unviable to play and barely capable of, like, going through menus. which is probably better than the fact that you could also say it's a 0 frames per second. No frames.
Look, I have a really low-end PC, all right? I'm targeting...
You could put it at ultra quality graphics in 0 frames per second, have a really pretty menu screen, and never be able to play the game again because you can't interact with anything anymore. I don't know why you would do that, other than it would be funny. I mean that from a developer standpoint. I don't know why you would include the option for 0 frames per second, destroy my save file, unless you just thought, this would be funny.
Honestly, no.
Yep. I'm going to save state here.
We mentioned this briefly in the first part, but a reoccurring issue, I think, is that I think this game was designed almost exclusively around how this game looks in widescreen. And someone might ask, you know, oh, well, why don't you just turn on the widescreen mode? It's worth knowing in 2004, most people didn't have a widescreen monitor or TV to play on.
I'm not getting that power up.
So, this would be the average experience for most of the people who would have brought this game at the time.
Yeah, just stand there, Catwoman.
Up there.
Let me shoot you.
Yeah, that's where they were standing in that cutscene.
Oh, I thought you decapitated him. His head was gone.
Yeah, they've suddenly decided to go for an M rating at the last minute here.
I'm almost starting to think
veneers or something. What is with her teeth when she smiles?
It's like an LOD on her face, but you know, it's so clearly in frame, and it transitions like in frame that it's apparent.
Yeah. I'm really starting to believe whoever did the camera positioning thought this was going to be a survival horror game or something.
Wait, look at this. These aren't to be like picked up and tossed. You're just correcting the position on them.
Mm-hmm.
You're slightly rotating them in place.
Why?
Catwoman also has OCD.
Oh no! I think I know why. Okay, you're gonna have to break the junction box again. Maybe they were making a survival horror game because you got a light puzzle.
Oh my god, yeah, I get it.
But you could only hit each of them once, though, so it's not like... I think there's just one that you missed, and once you hit it, that solves it.
Yep.
Yeah, see?
Yep.
That's it. It's not a real puzzle, it's just... Yeah, solved.
Sure. But using... What? Not even trying to come up with reasons why shit happens.
Video game derogatory.
Yeah.
Again, I'm telling you, those Argonaut software lads, they were brilliant technical and electrical engineers. So they know something that we don't.
Dino Gem awarded.
God, that... I'm not sure if the wicked...
Completely silent! No sound effect for that. No time to Foley fucking debris falling. Oh my god.
Did the studio close after or before the game came out?
That's a good question. The answer is afterwards, but you wouldn't know it to fucking look at it, would you?
Yeah, let me double check if Wikipedia has an exact.
All right, when are the enemies going to come out?
Yeah.
Now I do have to step away, so I'll be back.
Yeah, this game released July. Argonaut's original shut down October the same year.
Do not move.
Ready for the fur to fly?
Hey, watch this.
Hey there, big boy. Let's dance.
All right, the green guy.
Hey, lady, but I play hard.
Oh, well, that didn't do what I thought it would. I thought it would send him into a frenzy. Luckily, this doesn't seem to be much of a problem.
Okay. So yeah, you mentioned the huge team and the theory now there's like they did that just to get this done so quick. It's hard to say exactly based on what Wikipedia has because they mentioned that there was rumors in June 2003, but apparently Electronic Arts got the rights at the start of 2004. So this game legitimately might have been made in like 5 months.
Yeah, that would
also
not shock me.
I don't think we covered in the history.
I would say they had 5 months. They had that long, and they still put this out. This is like month 2 shit.
I'm not sure if this came up in the history, so I'm going to read this bit from the Wikipedia article. EA and Warner Brothers confirmed the rumor on February 12th in an official announcement proclaiming a multi-year deal between the two parties to develop games based on the Catwoman property. Games.
Cart before the
Multi-year.
fucking horse, or should I say cat?
Yeah, what happened there?
Stay where you are.
Oh, great.
Oh, okay. Okay, so they say at E3 2004, it had been in development for 8 months at that point. So this had about an 8 to 9 month development. So even longer than it looks like it had.
Ow.
Lahat's asking if that's a delete scene from the movie. Possibly. Apparently, the movie, when they did the first focus testing,
Test screening,
showcase,
yeah.
Test screening, yeah, it went so badly they started doing reshoots and massive re-edits. And I've only seen clips of the final movie, but you can tell that they are just cobbling together whatever random shit they had.
Which, funnily
that
enough,
thing where it's like we filmed loads and loads of stuff, but not in a continuity way, so an editor has to try and save it.
I think part of the problem is that the director, Pitoff, was an editor first and not really a film director. This was, I think his directorial debut. And so maybe he shot it like an editor would. He says, just get me, just give me all the coverage in the world, and we'll cobble together a movie afterwards. We'll figure out what we actually want this movie to be in the edits.
Yeah. There's an early scene where one of the bad guys who works for the makeup company is saying yeah, this thing turns you sick, but that's okay. And the camera's got this really weird close zoom in, almost like those camera rigs that's strapped to a person's chest, and they're doing cuts mid dialogue. They don't even cut away to show someone else to hide the edits. It's just rapid cuts while he's monologuing about how evil a company we are. It's so shoddy.
I was gonna say, funny enough, that movie being cobbled together in the way it is, because Malice, watch our playthrough.
Yep.
That is a game where you can literally see the edits, see how the scenes from different versions of the game, different visions and versions, and how they're just stitched together what they had on hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll get more into it in the final thoughts on it, but it is interesting how this is a bad game in very different ways to Malice. Yeah. Because you really can just farm points this way.
Well, I want him to fuck off. I want him to.
Yeah. This is the one thing
Didn't Malice have a boss late in the game that was the boss said I'm this boss from way earlier in the game, and he looked completely different.
Yeah.
And there was just no reason, just I'm just different now.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Fresh Tendril says Malice is way more likable.
Do you mean the character or just the game as a whole?
I'm gonna.
Because I don't know if I agree with the second.
He's okay,
yeah,
folks.
Chucky. He's okay. I know you're worried, Chucky. They got killed, but the game wanted to show you it's okay.
I think there was a question about Suicide Squad, the movie, not the game.
Yes.
Can you read that question out loud to me?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah,
wasn't Suicide Squad 2016 made a similar way? Lots of last-minute edits because of bad early screenings.
Mm-hmm. I think the company that did the final edit were the ones who did the trailers.
Yeah, they got a
music
trailer
videos
house
and
to
stuff.
do the final
Yeah.
edit and set it all to licensed music in an attempt to cobble something together.
Yeah,
I
there's
heard
a fold-in ideas video that goes into those issues.
I heard someone saying recently about
Nice.
a lot of movies now, especially particularly a lot of Marvel movies. Essentially, the plot being made in pre-visualization tests, that they just make pre-vis scenes based on vibes and stuff, and then write the movie around the things that they made as special effects tests.
Yeah, that
reasons
does
to get
not
to that.
shock me. Yeah, okay, Fat Scott
I'm just
has the
taking
correct
that-
answer.
Yep. Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
okay, so, speaking of the original Suicide Squad movie, so they made 2 edits, the director's edit and the Trailer House edit, and the final edit is some kind of compromise of the 2.
Don't you love how creative movies are now? How directors is given such, like, you know, clear authorial voice, and they're definitely not just like fucking messes that are tossed together at the studio's bequest and just like made to fill quotas.
I mean, there's still
Ooh, chip point.
apparently good movies that come out. I wouldn't know because I don't watch them, but I
What
hear
is
them.
happening here?
What is happening?
What the fuck is happening? Oh my god! Quit game development. Well, I guess your studio got dissolved, Argonaut. But Jesus fucking Christ!
I think what's happened is they've teleported you, like for technical reason, to get you unloaded to a new area. They're
this
teleporting you
is
here.
so fucking disorienting.
It is. Just put a level break here for fuck's sake. Oh, there it is. They put it there.
Oh my god!
Oh, golfing minigame.
I guess
my
Catwoman
cat
doesn't have.
like
I guess she doesn't have cat
reflexes.
sense like Batman has bat sense, or Spider-Man has spider sense, or whatever.
Where's your husband? He's out. But I'm sorry you missed him. George has a thing for whips and leather.
Who doesn't?
I have a thing for golf. 4.
Also,
Play.
if anyone's questioning how comes Sharon Stone, who puts on the makeup, she's an ex-model, why she got these like fighting abilities? That's movie accurate. She just knows kung fu.
Everyone's got a hobby.
God, it's so hard to do what you want to do at any moment in time in this game to actually like target the whip towards anything. I just want to get one of those vases from up there, so I'm whipping in the direction of it.
You have to be in such exact like range to do certain whip moves.
And then it just threw in the other direction.
You're gonna anger her just by destroying her property.
Jesus wept. What a wretched piece of shit.
Is this fight
dude.
also movie accurate?
Dude,
The way this is choreographed.
Well, like I said, the movie's got like a more, you know,
Yeah,
like
you ever-
after the Matrix came out, kind of energy to it.
Hey
But
there,
we
you ever
didn't
think about
understand
batting for the other
Matrix.
team?
Can I knock this bitch into anything?
Yeah.
Like, for fucking real. I've tried knocking her into every piece of scenery in this.
Trophies.
No, I think the golf club is accurate. I think she does use a golf club in a scene.
I figure that's the only reason they gave her a golf club here is because that was a movie thing. What are you doing? Huh?
Hey, you took her out.
For my next trick,
Oh, that broke so bad. I thought it was just gonna crash.
Cash? My diamonds? Fine. Take it all. We're insured.
All I want is evidence.
About what?
Feline. It's disease in a jar.
My God. George is capable of anything.
So am I. Where is he?
He had tickets for Hydropolis tonight at the Performance Center downtown, but he'll deny everything.
Not for long.
What, so she's on our side now? It just took one line to convince her? Oh.
At the Performance Center. I want her dead before she gets there.
Okay, she was playing
This is a
dumb.
funny
Got
thing.
it.
Yeah, this is a funny thing from the movie actually, because the movie spoils that she's secretly in on it like way earlier, where you can kind of tell it was supposed to be like a reveal.
You've got some choices to make.
No, I don't, because I don't have enough gems to afford anything.
I
That's
would
okay.
honestly save it. That move doesn't seem worth it.
All right, I
good
pressed
job, though.
select instead of end purchasing. My bad.
Yep.
Man. Not good. This game that we're playing. Hey, that's why we're the Bad Game Hall of Fame, though, isn't it? Derelict Building.
Yeah, I see Klitschko asking why she give you his location. She could have you whacked. So, I don't even care. I'm just gonna spoil this. So in the movie, a big plot point is when she confronts her husband. She beats the husband up, and then later on the husband gets killed, and she has all the injuries. And Sharon Stone's character is like framed Catwoman for the murder. So maybe that's what's coming up here, is that's the scene they're setting up to. But like I said, the movie had so many like late re-edits and stuff, and I get the feeling this game is based on the earlier like edit that before the test screenings. So who knows?
I mean, realistically, this was probably based on the spec script, right? This is based on a draft of the script. They probably did not have any film in the can for them to see.
No, they had some stuff because some levels, like the layout is very close to areas they shot in. So they might have had photos of sets.
Location tests, entirely possible. They just had location test footage.
Because you didn't know this game was based on a movie.
It didn't exactly have a huge cultural impact.
All right, I gotta stop. Turn around.
Yep. Hang on
Once
now,
again,
it is an award-winning film.
Razzie Award winning.
An award, yeah.
Huh?
I once again wonder.
Okay, this is a mechanic that only comes up very so often, but the timing you jump depends if you do like the high jump or not. So you've got to go back and...
Hey, you know, we would have missed out on this cool room. Very important they made this accessible. Very important that they had it. So
you could break that debris there.
Oh, could I?
That's gonna be the game. That's gonna be the game changer. Yeah, there we go.
Wasn't there a thing above? I saw something glowing. Like, yeah.
Oh, something's glowing, but
lights.
I'm not sure
Is
why.
that it?
Also, is this supposed to be night or day? It's very bright out.
It's day for night. You know, it's film accurate.
Cass, you did find something cool.
I know. Yep.
Yeah!
Sorry, I already have 9 lives, Midnight. This was useless. I should have left you in there.
Maybe get a point bonus. I once again wonder how Cass ends up being the person playing this game.
Because I'm a fucking fool, Sharky, because I'm...
I'll jump back in a bit. I mean, I've also done some stuff this week to make my wrist a bit rough.
Oh, okay.
Fuck off!
I'm being
vague
because I might bring it to Casual Monday soon. Yeah, I don't 100% know what the timing is on this. I think you got to do it like after you get past the halfway mark at the bottom of the arc.
Yeah, I feel like it would be late.
So let me jump from there. Let me just spring and leap from...
Yeah.
Holding R. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It just does not work. The thing they tried to do here, a bad idea implemented poorly.
Yeah. No, they overcomplicated the way this kind of Prince of Persia...
Fuck this. I'm just going to jump like
that.
There
you go. Yeah, there you go. I like how from the bottom to the top, you can do this, like, amazing jump, this huge distance. And when you try to do it from the top, you're just like, and you fall down.
Yeah, there's no consistent rules in this.
Lock and load.
Oh, hey, Jennifer Hell. Again, voice of 2 characters.
Hey, you know, it helps if you put
JoJo pose of a sniper.
It helps if you put your eye in near the scope so you can see through it. That's just an FYI for any potential snipers out there.
Maybe she has the like left eye bias that I have. That she can't process her right eye.
I've seen instances of people like
Cass? Okay, never mind.
I've seen instances of people like accidentally drawing or modeling like someone like holding a sniper rifle up, but like have one eye closed and looking through the other eye, but the closed eye is the one up against the scope.
I don't even know. Hold on. I did quick save here because I want to test something. First of all, what happens if I fuck up here?
Oh, no. So here's the thing. This is what I was talking about when I was testing stuff. You'll have to wait. Like, okay, wait for her to shoot you again.
Okay, what are we doing?
You see your health ticking back up? You might never die here.
Save right before you die.
Okay, so she does more damage than earlier. There are earlier sequences where you're doing this kind of gameplay.
I mean, I save stated
here. The
here.
sniper rifle does less damage for some reason than this lady. I guess because she's a boss.
I just wanted. I don't care about that at all. I wanted to see what would happen if it fell down, how much progress I would lose, whether that was like the area we're just in. That's all I care about. I get your thing about the damage. It's bad, but you know you're not exactly right because they can damage you faster than you can regenerate.
Yeah, that was an earlier level, to be fair. Though, again, the other thing I found is I don't think there's a full distance that will ever kill you.
Speaking of falling, where does this lead us?
Like that really tall level we did, if we did theoretically be able to land on the, like, hit a jump that got to the ground, we would have survived as long as we had, you know, like 10% health or something.
Okay, so
I
this
don't know
way...
why, but I keep assuming you're gonna fall out of the map somehow.
It's honestly a shock we haven't done that yet.
So out here, this just seems to be like nothing. This just seems to be just an area you can go to waste time.
Isn't it weird? You down there and you had like a traditional like behind the back camera suddenly.
Sometimes heroes just gotta climb the walls.
Diegetic.
That's, what I'm thinking
Yeah.
when I'm getting shot at by a sniper rifle.
It's like the one time they've done that game character talking out loud telling the player what to do thing. It's the most vague direction they could have thought of.
Okay, so cool.
Yay!
Yeah, fuck this. So this is just busy work. That's just it punishing you by giving you just like, you know, circles to run around in if you fuck up this section. But luckily I did get it right the first time, and it's very easy to get it right. Just go this way. Checkpoint. Got it. So they built all this level. They built all this expanse, all these places you can go with this nothing in them, just as punishment, just as, well, you know, we can waste the player's time if they go this way, if they make the mistake of not knowing exactly where we intended for them to go. Or, God forbid, they fuck up our brilliant platforming, run away from the sniper section.
Roger.
Jesus Christ, lady.
It's the shiniest lady as well.
She really is striking JoJo's pose instead of just putting the gun up against her eye so you can see out of it. Oh. Huh. Cool.
That seems purposeful.
Yeah. Though maybe if you had jumped in time. Because there were some poles in that previous area that looked like they were there for, oh, if you miss this jump, here's a way back up.
I'll say something nice.
Hey, Jennifer Hale got to voice 2 characters. That's good for her.
She got paid double, presumably, hopefully.
Probably
Yeah.
not, but...
No.
Jojo bringing up, then now we're in Jet Li's Rise to Honor. Don't you dare. This game's not even close to that quality.
Oh, good
Jesus.
God.
The nuke's going off over there. I was actually thinking earlier, like, I was looking at what you were doing, and I was thinking, like, I'd rather be playing Jet Li's Rise to Honor over, like, what I'm seeing here.
Yeah. There's definitely a cutoff point where Rise to Honor is like, you can stop playing. I don't know, Jojo, I like that game. I'm saying you're disrespecting Rise to Honor by even putting it in the same league as this. And I think that game, like, falls off a cliff once you get, like, 2/3 through.
How are there 2
Check
lasers
out-
on us at any moment in time, by the way?
I guess
there
it's
a
just
second
other
sniper?
snipers. Yeah. But
Fuck.
if you want to know more about Jet Li's Rise to Honor, check out the Johnny Bags. No, that's not the name of it. The Bad Game Hall of Fame playthrough of that. It was a fun one, and it was great revisiting a childhood favorite of mine, even if it did rub a lot of the shine off of it. Can you go up still, or you just?
I guess.
Oh, okay. We haven't complained about it enough, by the way. The wall climbing speed is so annoyingly slow. Again, this is really a game designed just to waste time, in the most literal sense.
Just whittling away the hours until we all die. One game at a time. That should be the Bad Game Hall of Fame motto at this point. Whatever.
I can imagine the construction foreman shows up tomorrow and goes, "Oh man,
we're going to start
Shit.
all over."
What happened?"
Well, I think the speedrun strat there is just constantly jump. Agility.
Sick. Huh? 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 Oh, sorry. Hold on. What?
It was too sick. It was too sick. You saw it. And
Is
you're
that
like, I can't...
sentient? Is that sentient graffiti? Is that demon on their reel? What is going on?
Oh god, it looks so cool. I can't take it. Oh, and you have an aneurysm. Hey, what the fuck happened? Do that one more time at least. What is this?
Well, we found a way to get rid of all your lives if you think you're carrying too many of those around.
What is happening? I'm just using the cat vision.
Okay, I'm guessing the idea is that the sniper's aiming at you with a light, and that's supposed to be blinding you, but they didn't.
No.
Nope.
Wait, yes.
Never mind. I don't even know.
So now we're being punished for trying to use the vision that otherwise tells us what we need to do, where we need to go. Like,
okay,
imagine
so
if I needed help getting through
just
this.
looking at the graffiti.
Yeah, my theory is that they're supposed to be emulating the idea of, oh, you stopped to look. That gives you the opportunity for the sniper to hit you. But obviously, the sniper shouldn't be hitting you in these areas. But also, this game sucks, so... Yeah, oh, I bet that's what it is. They just put the flag in the wrong area.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool, checkpoint.
Hey,
Thanks, great.
There's a checkpoint.
Good spot for it. Assholes.
Slime Generator thought they really did have a mechanic where Catwoman was allergic to graffiti for a moment.
I really thought that's what was happening. Because I was like, what?
Did we do the say something nice? Oh, yeah, we said Jennifer Hale got paid. Yeah, that was...
Yeah. Didn't get credited, though, I should mention. She had to come out after the fact when someone asked her to confirm, oh, yeah, that's me.
I could go back and get that skill point.
Is there a particular reason for that? Like union or?
Yeah. Either it was a non-union thing, or
Shame.
just being shitty.
You think they would run out of ammo eventually?
Oh, Louise has a great theory about why that bright light thing.
Fuck.
It could be a way to justify not modeling the sniper shooting at you, because you can't actually see where these lasers are coming from. That is probably it. Yeah.
I'm missing so many blings.
Yeah. It's like the snipers in the Half-Life games that are just invisible hitboxes or just like vague outlines of humans. They don't actually have a model sniper rifle in those games.
I've talked before about hating Half-Life 2, right? Also, do you see... Yep. And if I take a step forward, now she's missing part of her head.
What is up with this level where it's just everything about it is breaking?
Yeah, you can see like
I think
individual elements of her head model load in.
Oh, it's... Yeah, level... Why is there even level detail mechanics like that?
Yeah, by the way, can you guess what happened? The camera shifted again, the controls are broken again until I let go of the stick and... Jesus, this camera
really
sucks.
awkward jump. Yeah.
And again, I ask, why am I the one playing this? How did I get conned?
Give me some recovery time. I'll get the next level.
This is the sub-penultimate level. So after this, there's only 2 levels left.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I can only hope they maintain the quality standard that they've been nailing so far. Smooth.
You get the rest. You're the mind.
Oh, that was a level. No resolution.
Wow. If only they were all that short.
Let the cat out. Decisions.
Still can't afford much.
Yeah, we're really not earning a lot of points now.
So many diamonds, so...
Because I'm not getting all those blings. I'm not getting all those pickups. Whew. Man, the similarities between this and Malice really are something. Just how haphazardly put together. I guess there's a house style for Argonaut games, and that house style is half finished, half baked.
Frank Gothic says, add this game to the exalted list of games that break apart in real time. What is the green shit?
It's supposed to be like, yeah, see, that's how they indicate that it's
those
like
things.
those ribbons. Also,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be like coral because this is like a fish exhibit or something. What if we got copyright claimed for this music?
There's a chance. I've learned if you play the Die Hard Vendetta game, you get copyright claim for the specific recording of Ode to Joy that's in it. Well, you know, the auto claim, not the like the Black Channel Black one. Yay!
I love it when it's the ones where it goes to slow-mo where they don't really like get hurt, but just something kind of breaks near them.
Yeah.
They feel so ashamed of the property damage. Like, oh, I'm gonna have to pay for that.
Exactly. It's like that slow motion moment of like, oh no, I dropped the play.
Can we get one more pose just for the road? Now there's like a lot of enemies around.
Oh, green.
Play hard.
That's the thing. That's the thing that's supposed to happen.
Yay! We got it to work once. Guess she's got like Austin Powers fembot abilities.
I wish I had those. I'd be using that shit every day, and then deploying my machine guns out of my tits.
Oh yeah, your machine gun jobblies.
And your self-destruct mechanism.
I think I would make it through 2 playthroughs before I triggered that, and that'd be the end of me.
Yeah. You know, I don't think that second movie is that great, but I do love the twist gag that Vanessa from the first film was a fembot the whole time, and that MI6 knew about it the whole time. Just, and then they just like, that's it.
They
Which
were not
granted
impressed.
It's very
he's a
cheesy. Like Bond Ryan does that sometimes. You gotta knock a guy into these.
Will
these
that
open
work?
mouths,
Will that do
surely.
anything? No.
Can you do the whip, grab, throw thing?
Yeah, not if they're too close, and not if they're too far away.
Gotta be
Yeah, this is the
just right.
Yeah. And the problem is you have... Oh, there we go. Okay,
Well,
so
I
they
guess you
did...
jumped into it.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to whip them and then whip towards yourself. And then, yeah.
There you go.
It is so clumsy. Again, Mad World is a lot of the same ideas on paper as this game and just executed so much better. Because when you pick up an enemy, you just walk around with them. And it's decently fast, too.
Let's see if my feminine charms will work on this guy.
Woo! Take me to your leader.
Take me to your leader, he says.
Fair enough. I'm just going to read this because I like this. Slime Generator says in chat, when I was on the Beyonce's website a while back, her website had nothing on it other than her name and happy birthday Mike Myers in big text, so she must still hold the production of that film in high regard. I honestly think she's a decent actress in, what is the name of that third film?
Goldmember.
Goldmember. Yeah. I'm honestly surprised she didn't do more acting after it, because like she was genuinely good in that.
She's
better than Rihanna.
Have an extremely more successful music career.
She's better than Rihanna is in the Battleship movie. I'll tell you that much for free.
So it's like she's
really
clearly
wanna
having
play-
fun with it and getting into that character.
I really want to play that Battleship game, the first-person shooter.
Yeah. We will. It's on the list.
Yep.
Fuck.
I always have to remind myself that's Double Helix after Silent Hill Homecoming when they got into like stuck in License Hell again afterwards. Alright, the quick way to do these long extended swings is just to mash the jump button.
No, it's just to hold down L and R, which I did since I was holding on to the first pole, and all I was doing was holding L and R and not letting go of them, and it automates it most of the time.
If you mash R, she won't even do like the full 360 swing. She'll just instantly pop off.
Keep your hands where I can see them.
Oh!
In the park.
There's a little bit of Wile E.
after
Coyote
that.
there. Yeah.
You sent me to an alternate dimension.
If my
Like
ass
ours,
got
but slightly different.
Yeah. If my ass got knocked so hard I bounced off of thin air, I would not have got back up afterwards. Okay,
Shortcut
that's opening a
unlocked.
shortcut, yep. And now you've got 2 ways to go. And I'm guessing the one in front of you
decisions,
is...
decisions.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Nice.
Just
I don't want to
hold
do
that
this to
L&R.
myself, but I am tempted to put the PS2 version on my actual console. Because I just want to see if sometimes when the glowing effect is like freaking out like that, if that is hardware accurate or not. No one cares. Even I don't care that much, but still. I'm always tempted.
I guess I want to go that way. Make this effectively blind jump. Cool. Love it. Love it. I
at least
love
we
it.
Got the shortcut, yeah. Oh, and we've got a friend here. Can you... Ah, I wanted him to fly up in the air.
Yeah, send him up for a juggle.
I mean, that's the thing. If, like, either this game should have been a better platformer and not spent wasting time on this terrible combat, or it should have been, like, a decent, for the time, like, DMC clone and not deal with the platforming. And maybe if Argonaut had focused on just the one gameplay mode, it might have been okay.
I just want this guy to get scared so he can run away, so I
Yeah.
can know that he's not going to interrupt my...
Oh, that's a light switch again, yeah.
That's okay. I'll leave the
Goodbye.
lights on. One of
So,
my
I
favorite
mean-
Lagwagon songs. Leave the light on.
There's kind of good news, which is this level is basically just one room. Unfortunately, it's
Yeah.
this room.
Yeah, they do that a couple of times. Like that big, the first level of the factory we did end the last episode was just that giant outdoors area.
I'm going to assume...
this is-
Yep.
Yep.
Can I just whip through? Cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you got it.
I have to keep
Uh,
switching
I
these
also-
camera.
Platforming.
Yeah, I also think that is progress though, where you gotta move to the left a bit and then jump.
Yeah.
Because camera is not. There we go. That's too late to show the direction you're going, game.
Sorry.
Wow, this place is a hazard.
Really falling apart.
Slime in chat said, I think Lagwagon are the band that achieved the perfect ideal for the Tony Hawk ass sounds it sound like. May 16th, yeah. I mean, it is a banger track. It's a banger album.
Sorry.
Good job
Angry
making that,
Days.
Cass, because you almost didn't.
This. Are they just going to continuously fall over and over in the same spot like a SNES game?
Yep.
You also
No,
want a
no,
quick
they-
save here?
Yeah, you know.
I guess that was the high point for Argonauts, was the SNES era.
Their glory days.
I think it stopped, but I really was just hoping this would be a constant stream of like falling lights from that one area.
Close.
Is it implied that a guard is up there trying to stop you like that, or is this just like coincidental?
It's just a rinky-dink ass fucking place.
Into my paws.
Now that guy
Oh, we didn't
died.
even
We didn't
get
have the
that he's
cutaway.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he's
Yeah, I
he's
don't know
dead as
why they
fuck.
forget to do the cutaway for this.
Oh. Well, now you can go check on him. Ejected.
I think I think he did not.
He ejected himself. He left.
Yeah. So
Like-
he not only did he survive the jump, he was still like walking around the level down there. Because this is a universe where just no one dies from falls.
Well, I think if I remember the movie, one person dies from falls.
That's true. We'll have to see if the game follows through on that.
Stop right there, lady.
You played right into my paws.
Didn't even get the dropped thing for that.
Tell me I have to hit the elevator button again while I'm standing on it to go back up. Yep.
How is a normal person supposed to get around this place, by the way?
Oh, they just take the stairs.
I mean, that's
What's
what I've been
this?
saying about like every level thus far.
Oh, you got two paths here.
No, really, there was one path. I could have taken that path to a dead end.
Oh, yeah.
Realized
like
I need to do something, just
yeah.
like before, yeah.
Yeah.
Have I
Oh,
mentioned
I
this
saw
game
those.
is hateful? Have I mentioned that this game is absolutely fucking contemptuous?
Yeah. I don't know if I get intent off of it though. It just seems like a incompetence.
No, I mean,
Please.
I think the thing is that they wanted to pad out the playtime. They realized they were delivering on a short game in terms of
Oh,
content.
yeah, true.
So they just
In some
figured,
ways, for
like,
sure,
you know, make them reset the entire level, basically. Make them start from scratch if they dare to fuck up our platforming.
Yeah.
It is a conscious bit of
yeah.
the design, and they just weren't aware of just how mean that is, really. They thought that, you know, the platforming is such a joy. You're moving so freely that, you know, it's a pleasure to endure this gameplay, to get to do it a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth time. Which would make them very stupid. You know, so the answer is either evil or stupid.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not even going to pretend, like, you know, I'm not even going to factor in the fact that they were rushed and, you know, like, probably, like, wildly, like, you know, under budget, and, you know, we're all dealing with, like, the very real threat of their studio closing down. Let's not factor that in. It's either malice or stupidity.
Frank Gothic asks, have we found any redeemable qualities in this game so far?
The thing is, I don't even want to count it that some visual effects look okay. And when I say, you know, just rendering. But then you get stuff like that. So I don't even believe it that. It's like the Catwoman model looks okay.
No,
And she's animated okay. Yeah, no. It's something you have to play. I cannot stress enough how hard it is to get off of a wall climb without yeeting yourself, like, ways you don't want to move.
You know, just because I hate the audience myself, we're going to do this the way. I want to show, just to remind folk what this game is. You know, we were just talking about how contemptuous this is. This is the way Argonaut decided their game should be played. That if you fuck up, here's what you got to do. From the bottom to the top, fuck you.
There was an area in a parking lot in the early game I was replaying earlier and forgot to save state on. And there was a jump where it was just positioned badly, so you miss it half the time. And yeah, I just had to do the same platform like 5 times in a row because of shit like that. And I was like, oh, right, that's how this game plays.
But isn't this exciting? Isn't this just so good?
Like, really, whoever on Prince of Persia Sands of Time was like, let's just put rewind in the game, and it's an in-universe mechanic.
Hey, what happened
Genius,
there?
that guy.
Why didn't that work? Why I was in the right position? It just fell short?
Yeah. Sometimes they don't even place the jumps in the right distance. And that, again, that's what happened to me earlier today when I was replaying that parking lot level.
Great, I got my alley cat objectives at least. Yeah, put that fucking thing there, assholes. Eat shit and live, motherfuckers. Oh, I hate these assholes. They made a bad game and should feel bad forever. I don't care. This is... It's not stupidity. It's evil. There's no way. This wasn't consciously designed. This was I don't have words.
Again,
I don't have fucking
like,
words. This is the worst fucking piece of dog shit we've played on this fucking show. This is absolutely unforgivable from top to bottom. When was the last time I got this mad at a fucking game? When was the last game that was this fucking hateful? Because
probably
Mr.
Mr. Bones.
Yeah,
and
Mr.
before
Bones.
that, I would say Highlander.
I did not get as mad at Highlander as this. I was befuddled by
Maybe not,
Highlander.
but we concluded that's the worst thing, like just out of any game, regardless of history, context, time it came out. I think I remember us being very, very negative about that at the end.
This has to be a contender, though. This has to be a contender in that conversation. This is like it's horrible. It's just horrible. It's just fucking bad.
I
top
think
to
the
bottom.
thing that goes against this is that was, mid-90s on a fucking Jaguar CD. I think like the developer had not really done anything else before. And didn't even have like proper dev kits for the Jaguar CD. And this is 2004, like on 6th generation platforms. You want me to take over?
Yeah, I'm done. That's it. Done.
Yep,
Finished.
that's
I'm never
good.
touching this ever again. You finish this piece of fucking dog shit. Yeah, there's certain studios that deserve to fucking close down, and Argonaut was one of them. If this was the dog shit they were putting out, yeah, these people need to be out of jobs. I'm sorry. I don't care how bad the circumstances were. Cancel your fucking game. Give up. Just be like, we'll take the L on this one. We'll close the studio down. It's for the public good, because no one should ever have to play this. No one should have to ever spend money on this. I hope everyone who bought a copy of this game fucking returned it and got their full money back. This has got to be the most, like, abhorrent garbage, and this is like the shit I think of when I think of platformers. But this is really like, it's the actual, like, whenever I joke about how bad platformers are and pretend they're all like this, it's this exists. It really does get this bad, and this is why, like, platforming is a fundamentally rotten genre to me, because it's the potential for this to happen. Like, this is like the worst case scenario, and it's just like little tweaks would have made it not as bad. Little fixes, tiny little things they could have done in terms of having like more snap-to-itiveness, having this slightly better fucking control, having a functional fucking camera, any number of things they could have done to make this at least like relatively playable. Certainly shrinking down the verticality here, having so if you fall a certain distance, it just resets you back to the position you fell off
to a
of.
checkpoint. Yeah.
It's like, like a real video game would do, like a real fucking platform would fucking do. But no, that was a bridge too far for these fucks. So no.
Problem is that Nintendo wouldn't let them put an extra processing chip on the CD, so they could have fixed it if they had one of those.
It's just, I don't care how under the gun you are. I don't care what the pressures are to release a piece of fucking garbage like this. Just give up. Close the studio down. Realize that, going out on a note like this, it's better to leave the memories fucking alone. Like, Argonaut Games, if they had any fucking pride, would have just, like, fuck the contractual obligation if they knew they were shutting down anyway.
Oh.
I don't know. It's just, I just can't cotton this coming out, being this bad, and people not, like, going to jail for it, not going to prison for fraud or something.
Yeah, well, to me, it's like Electronic Arts not, like, thinking this was okay to put out is the big thing for me. Because, again, at the time, they actually did have decent standards. Even their licensed stuff. Especially their licensed stuff in some cases. And, again, there would have been, like, contractual obligations and stuff. I hit the jump button, so I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, I know you did, but guess what? I did a save state up here.
Hey!
I think that's the way you came? Or am I wrong?
No,
It
no.
all fucking blends together.
No, yeah, I understand, yeah. Okay, what went wrong? Why did I not jump?
Because this game's fucking garbage.
Who knows?
Because this game is garbage with a capital fucking G, which is the letter grade I would give this piece of fucking trash.
Which of the G's in garbage is capital in this situation?
All of them, because I'm writing it in all caps, because I'm fucking furious that this game was allowed to see release. Honestly, we had the conversation last episode about performative anger versus, like, real anger, when it's warranted, when it's not. I'm so furious. I'm furious on behalf of consumers for this one. There's like, I don't care much for gamers. I think they should get fleeced every now and again. And, there's probably an argument to be made that if you were dumb enough to buy a game based on the fucking Catwoman movie, quickly, then you deserve what you fucking get. But
Question. In that regard, and I'm poking a hole in that. There's definitely parents who bought this for their kids. Like, oh, Catwoman. Like the comic books.
you know, and that's where like the anger does like, you know, become more justified.
I just had them done.
Because those kids didn't deserve this. They didn't know better. They had no say in this.
I know the truth about Feline, and I have a problem with you selling poison to millions of women.
What poison?
Toxic, lethal. My girl Patience found out, and you had her killed.
I don't know anything about this.
Detective Lone.
Don't move. There's no way out of
These characters haven't met.
Yes, you've never lived with a cat.
She has a life outside of this game.
Wait. How'd we get here?
I was hoping you took damage when you looked through your eyes.
I'm sorry, this
That
is
is making
Silent...
me sick.
That is a Silent Hill camera. Why are we Dutch angling here? What game did the camera guy think he was making?
There's no way
That
out of
is-
here, and you go through the door.
Wait, now we gotta fight this guy?
Yeah.
Are you fucking kidding me? Also, what is this doing? Why does everyone do front flip attacks in this universe?
Even you. Whoops.
Cool. Try turning the lights on.
Whee!
I've been watching some YouTube videos of this guy that got recommended to me.
How are you supposed to tell where this was gonna land? How are you supposed to know, well, that's a position he has to be standing in? Oh, on the other side of the level, of
Other
course.
side of the room. I've been watching these YouTube videos recommended to me of this guy who does like martial arts, and he's like, I'm gonna look at how effective these Tekken moves would be. I'd like him to take a look at this game and these moves. How effective is just front flipping over and over again at your opponent?
I just want to so badly get him stuck in a pattern of some sort.
Make it easy on yourself.
Jesus Christ, man.
It did checkpoint you, right? For this fight.
Yeah. Let's find out.
Try posing.
Right.
Hubba bubba! Wow! Oh.
Nope. He was not impressed.
What a shitty
Oh,
boss fight. All these boss fights have been shitty. All this game
No,
has been
leaping
shitty.
leaping kicks are his love language. So it did work. Okay, and now you can potentially.
Yeah, if the game would cooperate, big fucking ask. By the way, this guy's a good guy. This guy, he's like, you know, in the context of the movie, he's the love interest, and he is like, ultimately like on the case, persecuting the bad guys, the villains of the movie. But no, here he's just a boss fight, and you're gonna fucking electrocute him half to death.
Oh, hey, the game actually knows how to cut off enemy dialogue mid-combat. They finally learned how to do that. Couldn't put it in the rest of the game, but here. Also, I guess now he's just can't fight back anymore. I don't know what I've done to him where he's like, oh, okay, there we go.
Well, maybe like electrifying him and then blowing him up is like around his senses.
There's no button on that. That thing
There's
you
no
just slapped
button.
has no button.
No, that's what. Remember earlier when you hit the desk? Like that's what he's doing. He's frustrated with this too.
Oh, now you're getting what you were asking for, Sharky.
Oh, yeah.
The devs were listening. Like, oh, that's a good idea, actually.
I'm Headful says, I was sort of hoping this dude would become playable for this one level, like that dude in Angel of Darkness.
Yeah.
Our boy Curtis.
There's some weird crossover with the issues that game has in this one. I think that night, well, aside from that you die from a lot of those falling off of levels. But obviously you would have to redo them all if you weren't like saving everywhere. Like that when you're in the club and you're platforming for whatever fucking reason.
Guess that stage hazard is done forever.
Hey, the animation synced up this time. It's the same animation as from the last boss fight. Couldn't possibly have had two. What, do you want us to have 200 people working on this?
What's he handcuffed to?
You in your own cuffs.
I guess like the grating on the floor.
Up close and personal, you're actually not bad.
Your string of jewel thefts was bad enough.
Hey,
You need higher standards, Catwoman, just saying.
Now we've got attempted murder. Nice.
I wasn't trying to kill George Hedare, but if the new Feline cream hits the street, you will have more corpses than you can count.
Death by cosmetics. Prove it.
I was working on that till you interrupted, but I'll clue you in.
We'll do that off screen, you know, for the benefit of no one. To not explain what's happening in the game, to not explain the plot at all at any point, to do everything you can to avoid having to spell out the plot of the movie
You've got some
here in the game.
to make.
Because again, presumably you've seen the movie.
Hey, we can get the taunt.
For a feistier fight. So how is this any different than the...
It gives you a different bonus, I think. It's like the other one gave you Pussycat bonus. So I think this one would build up for a different meter.
Final level?
Final level?
Doesn't feel like we're gearing up for a final level, but I guess we are.
This can't end quick enough.
Oh, sure. I just mean like where the story is so far. Like, that's the funny thing about.
I knew about Feline.
Oh, hold on.
I doubt he believes it. I need solid evidence. The kind George might hide in a home computer or a safe.
Are we reusing level? Oh yeah, now sneak on your tiptoes, Catwoman.
Hey, look left, idiot. When you walk in the room.
Feline has to launch on schedule, and no one's going to stop it. Not Slavicki, not George, and...
Oh, look, he's dead on the ground. They barely show it in
You
frame.
killed Slavicki. Of course. George was innocent of everything.
How did he get here?
his
What do you mean?
class low life, which made him so expendable. I was everything they wanted me to be. Then I turned 40, and they threw me away.
Life's a bitch. Doesn't mean you get to be one.
Here's the story. You followed George home to finish what you started at the theater.
Don't worry, she has gloves on.
It's not loaded. You just emptied it into my husband's chest. Our police response time here is really excellent.
She didn't even touch the button. She touched the screen. Also, why are you running away? Kill the bitch. She's the villain. Just kill her. You got claws.
Welcome at Hedare headquarters.
Okay, we do get a different level. Oh.
Oh my god. Is that actual Sharon Stone in that image?
I think, yeah, I think these images are her. Oh, hey, your enemy type.
Ooh, I love a good kick.
Lady from a David Cage game.
Where's the shower? Oh my god.
Oh, did I scratch you up? Fire!
Oh, it does work on them.
I mean, define work.
Yeah.
They glue green for a second. Glue? Glowed? Glowed.
Make sure to get those blings. It's important now more than
It's
ever.
the last level.
Yeah.
Oh no, you carry over to the New Game Plus.
I mean, they
You
do let
joke,
you
but
do
that's-
mission
that's-
select. Yeah.
That is clearly what it's built for. That's the funny thing about how much of this game is like wasting time and extending playthrough. Because I definitely
Also,
found
look at
this
those
playing on
cars.
my own.
Look at those cars outside. Look at
Yeah.
those awesome cars outside again.
They're back again. There's light streaking. But
I mean, it's
like,
an
if you're
effective
playing
technique
this-
when you use it in the right place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
from a
with a
distance,
car
yeah.
model there.
No, I mean, again,
Well, no. If
from a distance, it looks good. I've seen games where that totally works. Right here, it looks like they're ghosts. It looks like the end of Ghostbusters 2 right now. Or 1. Or both.
all right, that's the pussycat. Okay, well,
Wait a minute, this girl's
Now
supposed to
I
be
gotta-
scared and running away. Why'd she come attack you? There we go. That's the intended behavior.
Well, hello. Wanna play a while?
I want to see if the devs are cowards. I think they're cowards. I don't think the flirt
Again-
move works on them.
One of them glowed green earlier when you.
That was the
Oh, yeah, that
intimidate
was-
move.
Yeah, that
Oh,
worked.
okay. Well, wait.
There's a flirt move and the intimidate move. There's provoke.
Okay,
and
so you
there's-
did intimidate earlier. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they're cowards.
Now, are they?
I mean, come on, ladies. It's Halle Berry. I don't care how straight you are.
Yeah.
I mean, she's the hottest woman in the world.
Perhaps it's like they're warrior focused, right? They've trained for.
This is a great
years.
camera angle for this.
This is so rotten.
What?
I'm-
Why are
I'm-
these ones so tough?
I just hate looking at this at this point. I'm just so ready for this to be over. I'm sorry. I don't have anything more insightful to say. I'm out. I'm plumb out. I'm saving my energy
Wildcat.
for the conclusion, where we get to give our final thoughts, and I get to say all the shit I've already said about this game and how awful it is, and then we can be done for the night. And I can
want
just
another
cash in
greenie?
that paycheck. Yeah.
There we
Feel
go.
better.
I took an edible and that didn't help. I'm
I-
still
okay.
as cross as ever.
So I guess all the guards we've been finding so far, those don't die. That was clearly a woman falling into a death scream they were going for there.
Don't worry, there's a mattress at the bottom of the elevator shaft.
It's actually a trampoline shaft. You jump into it and you it's brought to your floor you want to get to, like in Mappy.
Isn't it hard?
Nah, I should stop trying. Doesn't give me what I want.
Slime Trainer says the edibles don't do anything.
They have no THC in them, so it's basically like an air edible. Well, that's awesome.
Isn't that just gummy candy then?
Yeah, I suppose so. Very expensive gummy candy, I would presume.
You got some Shakalicious gummy candies and you're like, this ain't getting me high at all.
Did I scratch you up?
What's your favorite gummy candy? I'm talking about anything besides this piece of fucking garbage in front of us. I like those Lifesavers gummies. They're pretty good, but the Welch's are always like the goat, right?
I like those Lifesavers too. Yeah. The most recent one I've had has been those Shakalicious ones, and those are actually nice for a little snack because they're so big that you can have like 2 of them and be like, yeah, I'm good, and then save the rest for later.
Big snacks for a big man. Biggest man in the sport. That's my Shaq impression.
I used to really like Gushers as a kid, but I don't think I would probably like them as much anymore. You know what I'd love to try though? I think I don't know if they're only in Japan, but there are these gummies that are basically you can peel them open and there's a softer gummy inside of it, kind of. I think they call them oh, I don't know what they call them actually. They're these weird peelable gummies. I think they're supposed to taste good too.
You would hope so.
You know, it's a good thing we got all those lives saved up.
Huh?
What?
Everything I knew about Bialine.
What happened to our lives?
What?
I guess
Oh, no,
we
you
don't have
gotta
any
do this
lives
fight.
anymore.
You gotta do this fight in one.
Is this just a long gauntlet?
Yes.
I love a good
Your combat's not good enough for that.
I mean, I knew that in advance. I'm reading the guide. I just declined to tell you what was at stake.
Well, I'm just gonna stop in and
But why? What does it add to remove a feature of the game, to
Get me
remove the
off the
safety
wall.
nets?
Well, to make it longer. So the thing that I was going to say, because I kind of got this impression from when I was playing this on my own earlier today, you do really get through how long it took us to do the first section. When you're playing on your own, it's just singular focus. Like, even with all the issues this game has and having to redo parts if you fall, this is probably like a 2-3 hour game. If you're like singly focused on it.
No, because you're gonna fuck up so many times. The save states
even then
we employ are egregious here. This would be a 6-hour game. Like, 6 hours might be generous. It might be like a 7-hour game if you're accounting for errors and like human error and actually playing it for the first time. Upwards of 8.
I mean, okay, I was about to say, because with save states, this is a 6-hour game, if not more, based on what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
play.
it would be even longer for an actual, like, poor fucking unfortunate soul that was made to play this game on real hardware.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, granted, I've at least played this last week, so I had some experience. Even with my fuck-ups, I got almost up to where we got last week in like an hour.
Again, because you've played the game.
Yeah.
Because you know because you knew the solutions to the puzzles.
Well,
Think about solving the puzzles without the benefit of watching a long play.
That's the main thing, yeah.
I
was still losing a lot of time having to redo platforming, though. It was, even knowing what to do, it was still an arduous process just to make progress sometimes.
Like,
that's a fair point. Yeah, without the harsh punishments and the fuck ups, though, there really is not much content here. Yeah, go over here. There you go.
Like, it's tough because, I'm getting so angry at this, and it's because, like, we have all the benefits here, all the benefits in the world, but I am, like, capable of picturing what it would be like without those benefits, without the ability to save things and stuff. You saw me, like, pound the fucking desk when I fell down that shaft in the fucking Age of Aquarius, whatever fucking level, that set piece, where I fell from the top to the bottom and had to redo it twice, and without the benefit of save states. And now imagine it like 20 times, and we're skipping that part, but I'm still feeling as angry as if that's what happened. Because you have to be, because you have to, like, look at that in the moment and understand what that means for a player on real hardware, for someone who is not rewinding. And I do that, and that's why I get so fucking mad at this. Not just because, it's wasting my time, but I'm imagining the time wasted, and thinking about just, like, how shitty of developer you would have to be to not recognize how wantonly cruel, to not put any safeguard against that, to not give any recourse to a player. And that's why I use words like contemptuous and mean and evil, because, again, I don't care what kind of pressure you're under to deliver a game. There are basic acts of human decency, ideas you need to have just in terms of not actively torturing your players. So whether it comes from just rush or just like a cruel, cynical attempt to extend the playtime, no matter how you slice it, it's unfucking forgivable. And, with the state of the games industry now, so many studios shutting down, people losing jobs, it's probably, there's some people who are going to draw a line at me, like, quote unquote joking about people losing jobs in the games industry because their game is bad. No, it's not a joke. If this is the quality of product you're putting out, between this and Malice, a game they sunk years and millions of dollars into, only to put out a half-baked, half-finished piece of shit just so they could finally be done and dusted with it without any concern for how the player would actually receive it, and that's very much what's happening here too, that's not cool. That's bad. You should have some amount of not just pride in your work, but, like the idea that people might, like, remember your studio's name and think about that when it comes time to buy your next game or not. You have to have some sort of, like, professional reputation. And this is the dying gasp of a studio who had long since given up. And at that point, you just give up. You don't finish the game. You realize that you can't salvage this what you have here. You realize that you don't have the time or resources to fix this, and then you beg to be let out of your contract, or you just go out on a high note with Malice instead of this. I don't know. I just think there's a million ways this game could have not come out and fucking stain the consoles of people who weren't fortunate to buy it.
Do you have the same point of view or attitude towards, like, movies and music as well, in terms of, like, looking at something and saying they should have just, like, shut the studio down, or they should have just...
Yes, I do. I think there is such a thing as, like, consumer protection. I think that consumers, there should be like filters and mechanisms that exist, you know, and there are systems. There are like, you know, there's like, reasons why we have executives. You know, most of the times executives are fucking worthless. Producers are often like, you know, cited as net negatives in the production process of a video game or movie or album or what have you, that their decision making is often not ideal. But you know what their job is in a perfect world is that they're giving notes to the people who sign the checks to say whether a product is coming along
That was cool.
It is, sure, that whether a product is coming along as intended or not, that whether it is like meeting its milestones and whether it is worth continuing to put money into. And at a certain point, these people are failing at their jobs for garbage games like this, for like, you know, absolute failure box office, critically like despised movies, albums that are fucking unlistenable. You know, like at some point, yeah, like that's a failing not just of the artistes, as it were, but a failing on multiple different levels, a system of checks and balances that is being completely willfully ignored.
So the reason I ask you is not to try and like, I'm not trying to catch you in a gotcha. I was curious, but part of it is because compared to other forms of, you know, entertainment and media and stuff like that, video games kind of exist in a unique space where you have to put in some degree of effort to make the thing go forward. Like, you don't have to work to make the movie play. The movie will play whether you know, are doing anything or not. You don't have to do shit. For a video game to continue, you have to bang your head against the wall.
What the fuck was that?
It's right there. It's to your left. You're gonna wall jump between these two. Yeah. No. So yeah, and I would also add to that point that you're making that video games are far more expensive. Have been and continue to be, especially now that they're like fucking like $70, $80, whatever the fucking going price for a physical copy of a game is now, or a digital copy at this fucking point. So like what's pushing you forward in this is a want to like make the most out of your dollar. If you were a, you know, the fucking moron who bought this game, you know, like that's the way Argonaut thinks about you. They think like, oh, these fucking sheep, people will buy fucking anything, and hopefully enough of these saps will buy this piece of garbage to keep our studio afloat for another few months in time for us to maybe make a real video game. Jokes on them, it didn't happen. But you know, like, you know, the poor fool who spends $60, 50, whatever the price was at the time, and it's just like, well, this sucks and I hate it, but I spent $50 on it. So I guess I'll bang my head against it to say that I finished it. You know, that doesn't happen. I mean, most people just give up on games like this, right? Most people do not have the thrust, the motivation to see this through the completion. They just accept that their money was fucking wasted, and they give up on it, like, you know, somewhere in the second level, as they should. And then they just weep for the money that was lost and move on to the next disappointing game. The next game that fleeces them for their fucking money. It's not a good system.
Yeah, no, considering the, you know, like the finance you'll lose on this. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you need to swing. You need to swing over there.
It takes a while to get back in the swinging mode.
And like, you know, I'll also say this, you know, there is a place for bad stuff. I mean, like some of my favorite stuff are like bad movies. And I've listened to bad albums. And there are some bad games that, you know, we actually come away enjoying, right? That's supposed to be our mission statement, I think, on some level. Yeah. That we're giving them the due process. Ha ha ha, no save state. No save state. Do it all again, bitch.
Yeah, I always remember Terminator 3 Rise of the Machine, which definitely drags in places the video game, I should mention, to be 100% clear, not the movie. But there's enough just weird, cheese, low-budgety stuff in it that I ended up coming off like somewhat positive that playthrough. Just like, obviously, not the price point you might have paid at the time, and that is a big thing to remember about this. Like, even if I rented this, I would be pissed off, especially if the Blockbuster were like, "No, you can't pick something else. You have to pay again."
Anyway, to my point, there had to be, like, you know, some amount of bad stuff has to come out to make you appreciate the good stuff, and also because some of that bad stuff, something like that outsider art, like outsider music, or like bad films, like you know, Ed Wood movies or whatever, like the classic example. Yeah, you know, like, you know, if that systems of checks and balances worked, it would filter out stuff like that, which can be genuinely entertaining, even if ironically. But something like this, there's a fine line between a Catwoman. Thank you for the raids, Swatulus and friends. Don't mind us. We're in the last level of this piece of hot fucking slop that is Catwoman. And we were just talking about how bad it was. Cool. Let me save state you. How about that? I'll give you a save state so you can get this game done.
How about that?
Yeah, after that, I think you deserve one. That was cool.
That, you know, you look at this, and it's just so mean. It's a game that revels in wasting time. There's no fun to be had here. There's no, like, accidental kitsch factor. We mentioned, like, the voice acting that's unenthusiastic, but, you know, you can barely hear it. It's not subtitled, and it's in the middle, you know, of this. You have to suffer through so much of this.
You know what? I would like to ask you for a point of comparison here, because, yes, Sasquatchos, I know that you were just playing Bubsy 3D. Cass, how would you compare this to Bubsy 3D in terms of, like, because they're both bad.
Yeah, I think I said this last time.
Waste time.
I said this last time. Sasquatchos rated us from playing Bubsy 3D. Bubsy 3D a million times better than this. A million times more charming. A million times more like attempting to be innovative and failing. You know, it's definitely frustrating in spots. There's some parts where the platforming is downright broken and busted in that game, and the camera is certainly a piece of garbage in there. But you know what? When you fuck up in that game, you're not losing 10, 20 minutes of time. You're not losing it repeatedly either. Because you're usually going to figure out, like, what you did wrong in a moment in that game. Whereas this game just leaves it like a fucking question mark, like a Riddler trophy in the middle of this field of cat litter that we're fucking sifting through, trying to find, like, anything to say about this piece of garbage. At least Bubsy 3D was trying for something. At least Bubsy 3D was, like, an attempt. This is just the death of creativity, the death of any spark that existed in any of the hearts of the people who worked for Argonaut. It's the death of a dream. It's the death of a studio, and it's a well-deserved fucking death, because if this was the quality of product that they were going to put out in perpetuity at this point, and it was. This was their biggest effort. This was them putting all hands on deck, all resources allocated to this, the last chance to save the studio, and if this was the best they can do under those conditions, if this is how much they fucking phoned it in, if this is how anti-player they were at this point in time, where no consideration was being paid to any amount of, like, playability or, like, player patience, if those were the things that were getting cut, if their focus was purely on fucking graphics and being like, well, look at our cool lighting effects, aren't we still technical wizards, while completely neglecting the gameplay, then yes. To get back to the earlier point, yeah, these people probably should have gotten the fuck out of the games industry. They were fucking dinosaurs at this point. We keep making the joke about how Argonaut was so innovative back in the day, technical wizards and whatnot, and they were for a moment in time. But if you really look at games like Star Fox on the SNES, was that a great game to play? Not really. It was technically impressive, sure. No, whip that. Get the cat.
No, I knew.
But
I just knew if I was too close to the wall.
One last cat for the road.
Those 9 lives that don't matter because they don't actually count at this point.
Don't matter.
Yep.
Catwoman obviously killed Slavicki, and I caught her standing over my husband's corpse. What more do you need?
A motive would help. Now suppose you wanted to hide evidence that a new face cream was loaded with toxic bacteria. That's a motive.
Well, my cat mate is having a good time at least.
Myself. Do I look toxic to you, Detective?
To the bone.
Well, I should point out that Beeline has a few added benefits.
Ha!
Well, look what the cat dragged in.
Oh, I thought that went through his neck.
Or the fur.
Yeah, I thought he died there. Jack Scoo asking, is this movie series about bacteria and face cream? Yes. This is a film about makeup because it's about a woman.
Anyway,
Alternate universe in which Botox was outlawed.
To again just try to tie up my point about why I'm so angry and why, you know, like why some people might think me saying that people need to lose jobs over a game like this is performative, and to defend that as no genuine, that yeah, this is beyond the pale. This is the worst platform we've ever played, and maybe the worst game we've played on the show so far in the 3 years we've been doing the streaming thing seriously. And it wouldn't have gotten better. Imagine the best case scenario where they fleeced people with this game, where enough suckers bought this that they made enough money to float the studio for long enough to make yet one more game. Would it have really improved anything? Would they have really fixed any of these issues? I hazard a guess, no. I hazard a guess they would have taken that as a confirmation bias that what they were putting out was good enough, is that the slop that they fucking shoved on the shelves in the form of this disc would have... Oh, you're just stuck, aren't you?
I'm stuck.
Speaking of contemptuous dog shit.
Oh, this is a Survivathon, isn't it?
Yeah, like the
Yeah,
worst,
you're just supposed to live through that until that happened.
best case scenario, they put out another game that's probably going to be a lot like this. Fleece consumers have another 50, 60 bucks before then going off into that good night. Not so silently, mind you. But more like a cat meowing and scratching at the door.
Well, good news, Cass. They did all lose their jobs over this.
Sometimes you have
Studio
to.
shut down.
Sometimes you need to get out of, like, sometimes a studio is a toxic thing. Sometimes working for a place is a bad place to work. Sometimes you need to
I work at
move
Toys
on.
R Us. Yeah, I know. But go on.
Yeah, like that Build a Rocket Boy studio, right? That's in the news right now.
Oh, God.
There's an example
Yeah.
of a studio where I'd be so grateful to lose a job, to get fired, to get let go from that, collect some fucking unemployment for a few months while I try to find another job in this rotten industry. But to be stuck there, to imagine being stuck at that studio and being abused day in and day out by your fucking CEO who's convinced that there's a fucking conspiracy to review his game negatively rather than accepting the truth that he was a shitty taskmaster with a bad vision who abused his staff, who had no choice but to put out garbage that I'm sure none of them were proud of. You know, that's a situation where, yes, lose job positive, find something else to do with your time, with your efforts. Because I imagine like a lot of those people who are getting let go are probably burnt out as fuck on this industry after, you know, having worked for that studio. If that's the best you could hope for and aspire to, this industry sucks. The games industry is fucking awful. I can't imagine anyone wanting to work it on any sort of level. It just seems like a fucking meat grinder, and it's probably for the best.
I've been watching this thing on Ultima and like Origin in the mid '90s, especially under EA. It sounded like fucking hell on earth. Like 84-hour mandatory work weeks. Like dinner was brought in for employees because they were literally afraid that if they left to go get food, they would never come back.
It's a stupid
Like,
fucking
hell.
industry, putting out garbage products regularly. And, you know, I'm just at the point now where I'm just completely over it. Any magic is gone. And all I can think about is that, you know, people who come into this industry with a dream, with any sort of hope in their heart to make the game they want to make, you're not going to do it in the studio system. You're not going to do it as part of the machine. You're not going to do it on behalf of an Argonaut Games while that lady is just teleporting back and forth.
Yeah. That cream does wonders.
So again, I say, sometimes it's for the best to lose your job and have to reevaluate your priorities, to reevaluate what it is you want to do as a career. And I can only hope that this was a fucking wake-up moment for the people involved in this. That if not during development of the game, if they didn't realize that, you know, the extent, the egregiousness of what they were putting out, then at the very least, having lost their jobs, I hope they had the time then to reflect on, you know, their place in the industry, whether this is an industry worth pursuing, whether they had the chops. So many of those dudes were like old school, had been around for like, you know, since the late 80s, early 90s. And, you know, I guess none of them really like grew in their skills. They kept figuring out how to do cool technical stuff, but we're still designing for the fucking 90s with trial and error bullshit.
For something like this, for something especially like this, like, I would love to, like, be able to hear from a developer, like, candidly, like, truly candidly, like, no filter, like, hey, what was it like working on this? What was, like, the office environment? What was the vibe? What was, like, the thought process going into this kind of stuff? To just hear, like, you know, the reality of it, right? Like, how much did it suck? Like, what were, like, the conditions that led to this coming out? I figure that's going to be a hard thing to get for, like, a lot of reasons. I think at a certain point in a lot of these things, if you talk shit about your conditions, maybe you don't get work. But I would love to know, like, what happened in making this game.
I would say that, you know, fuck NDAs. I mean, fuck working in this industry. If you are someone who used to work in the industry, don't worry about getting another job in it. Get out of this industry. Go work for fucking AI companies, I guess. I guess that's your alternative now if you're into, like, programming. Yeah. I guess all that's left for you. What a wonderful fucking world.
I mean, how long
in.
does the average NDA last? I wasn't even necessarily thinking about NDAs. I was thinking kind of in a more petty, like, oh, this guy has an attitude, doesn't he?
Depends on the NDA. I've signed lifetime NDAs before. I guess it would take the company going under.
Now!
You know what's so
For that
pathetic
NDA
too?
expire.
You know what's so pathetic? The Argonaut Games is quote unquote back, as a boutique label, so they can reissue fucking crock re-releases or whatever. They're not gonna actually make another game again. God willing, they don't make another game again. Jez San can like fucking retire, bitch, for fucking real. It's so maybe like they've reactivated some of like those terms. Now there's
Upwarps.
What do I do now?
I'd hate to mess up your costume.
Are you stuck behind that? Tell me you are.
Okay. No, we're good. That looked real bad for a second, though. Holy shit.
Cool. Is there any more venom I need to get out of my teeth? I get out of my fangs now? I know we have the conclusion coming up, but...
That's what you get for eating that cat tree earlier.
Have I made my point sufficiently? Have I articulated? Have I covered the bases as to, like, defending my pro-unemployment stance?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah. I do really agree
you'll
with
have
like,
the opportunity to do so again very shortly, because this is the end of the game.
But I do really think the point of like considering someone in the year 2004 when this came out buying this like as an actual thing you're investing money to play, like that makes a lot of these issues like way more egregious. Like it's like even some of the games I do defend in a this is fun because it sucks way is in a because if you want a copy of this now it's like $5 on eBay, not in a you should have brought this at full price when it came out way.
It sounds like rain pattering down, like ASMR.
I'll also say this: if people who have stuck around through me being angry, people who listen to hear me out, I thank you for hearing me out instead of just quitting the video, as I'm sure plenty of people have. And so I will say at this point that like I'm definitely thinking a lot about like video games and my enjoyment of them and how rare it is for me to enjoy a video game at this point. And I feel like I am just becoming angrier. I think this is just, sorry, I think this is it. I've tried. I was really trying for a while to be like more calm and collected and not like such like a whiny bitch about this sort of thing. About like, being on the show and commenting over this garbage and trying to do so in a reasonable way. But I just don't have it in me. I think I just hate video games, for real. I'm so burnt out on them, which is not a good sign for someone doing a video game show. But it's where I'm at. That is the point we have reached. And, it's not just playing these bad games, the ones for the show. It's every game I play now. I just fucking hate them. We alluded to Resident Evil Requiem and just how that game just like made me so fucking sad to play. And so I don't know. I don't think we're ever getting that cool, calm, collected cast that I promised at some point during the 10-year anniversary stream. I think as long as I'm here, I'm just gonna be absolutely fucking miserable. So get used to it.
I'm happy to be here with you. I was gonna say something else. I don't know. I hope I can bring some calmness to this, not only to, the stream, but also to your life. Bring some sort of levity to this.
Good God, these animations keep locking you into it. This fight has the momentum of a fucking that fucking shitty puzzle from the beginning of the level where the boxes were just stopping apropos of nothing before starting again.
Did that hurt, Kim?
And did
wretched. Thanks for the gift subs.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Blahat.
Thank you. Yep. Also, always appreciate the generosity in this dire Catwoman times.
I really wish I could be calm. I really wish I could be funny and not just like angry all the time now, but that's where we're at.
Okay, now I think I can...
This game ain't gonna help.
There you go.
I'm not even sure how I got that last hit there, but if the game says I did, I'll take it.
Ignore the bullets.
God, they really did not explain about the makeup making her skin tougher in this version. Apparently, just gave her superpowers in this version of the story.
Didn't you want to kill her? Wasn't that your mission from the start?
Then she just jumps up and like jumps into a laundry chute or something.
I guess she's supposed to be, you know, like someone sympathetic to her story.
Secure the building and cordon off the street.
Even though they showed her not being sympathetic to her earlier.
As a murder suspect.
You're still
No!
You just killed her.
You just killed her!
So, think you can stop chasing after me now?
Yeah. In my official capacity, at least.
Sounds like the start of a beautiful friendship. I also saved your life. The rule book says you're supposed to kiss me.
No problem. But can you lose the mask? It's a little...
Kinky?
Bye, secret identity.
Oh, they did not do Halle Berry's face justice there.
Oh, by the way, in the movie, the ending is that, you know, she doesn't pursue the romance because she pursues her life of cat burglary instead.
Interesting. Also, they do have more non-Catwoman dating scenes between the two characters, so that romance actually makes sense. Well, more sense, I guess. Maybe not actual sense.
Pretty dangerous. Decisions.
Oh, what upgrade should we get?
Good God.
I don't know what would be good for the next part of the game.
Wait. I'm just waiting for it just to load up the first level again and just be like, yep, keep going.
Yeah, it's like an old arcade game. It loops.
Yeah. Yeah.
The game really picks up in playthrough number 3.
Good work. Dino Gem awarded.
Yeah, I guess it's
There
time to
we
hit
go.
that screen, isn't it? Well,
It's
this
over.
game was
That's dribbling
directed.
on me again.
This game was designed. I'll
Yeah.
believe it when I fucking see it.
Minnie's drooling on me now. She's despite how much bad time we've had, she's loving it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, save
Yeah.
the final thoughts for after the credits. Let this roll, I guess.
Alright, sure, yeah.
I guess just comment on that boss fight. How was that boss fight for you, Johnny?
Yeah,
I realized I was
not...
talking over a lot of it.
Yeah, it's funny for being built mostly the same as how the other boss fights built. Outside of her having more like, oh, I'm not gonna take damage parts. It's just clunky. The problem is that you clearly had to get her into weak states by throwing stuff, but that is a very stop-start animation-based thing to grab with the whip and throw those things. It's not one smooth animation. It's a flick the stick, okay, grab, freeze, now aim, okay, now let me turn around, throw. So that's why most of the time it was not working, and why even at the end there it looked like I failed, and then the hitboxes lined up and it gave me a win. And yeah. That's the review of that boss fight. Hell yeah, QA team. I'm sure everything you said was ignored.
At least the live systems worked again on that boss fight as opposed to the start of the level.
Also,
yeah,
you know,
I don't know what was up with that.
You know, which division of Argonaut had the most people assigned to it, by the way? Did you pay attention to the credits? Lighting department.
I actually wasn't, no.
It was the lighting department, because of course it was. Because of course, at the end of the day, the only thing they concerned themselves with was the fucking shiny presentation of it.
Which is funny, because in some areas, like outside the club where they're supposed to have the colored lighting, it looks terrible. I like replaying that bit again. It was like, wow, yeah, no, this bit looked terrible. It doesn't look like lighting. It just looks like they painted the ground yellow and pink in areas.
Yeah, because I don't think that was dynamic lighting. I think it was baked lighting. to a certain extent.
Yeah, but they weren't even faking it good, you know? Like, considering what you could do at the time to fake that stuff, it was just,
Yeah, again, I stand by everything
God,
I've
this
ever
is a
said.
lot of QA testers. Holy shit.
This is where the 100 people showed up, I guess.
Yeah. And like I said, from what I hear from QA people, probably just ignored. They were probably told, hey, you have 3 weeks. And they said, that's not enough time. And probably ignored. Because that's usually the case with these type of games.
Yeah, they probably assign certain teams to, like, certain levels, just to, like, you know, like, as they're coming out the oven. It's like, all right, test this, find any game-breaking bugs. That's the only shit we're going to have time to fix.
Yeah, we didn't... Yeah, that's the main thing. We didn't have full progression blockers, like hard locks, soft locks, anything like that. It's like the one thing you can say is not easy to trigger accidentally. Because at a certain point, there's always going to be in a game, but we didn't run into anything that bad, at least. It's the intentional stuff we ran into, unfortunately. Oh, dear. We gonna keep going with these credits, or should I just...
We'll let it
Ooh,
play.
the European Mastering Lab.
We got to get a playthrough to 7 hours, right? You know, they wasted our time. It's only fair we waste our audience's time.
Yeah, I could, you know, we already talked about the high development team. This amount of credits for the time, especially for a game like this, is quite rare. Like, credits this long, like a Ubisoft game where your wireless controller turns off halfway through. You didn't really see that at the time.
A lot of people complicit in an absolute failure.
Wow. Why would you need so many people? I guess this is just all the languages. But still, this is a lot of people.
Was this in-house for them, you think, or like outside?
Outside. 1,000%.
Yeah, that's what I would imagine.
Still.
I mean, these would be companies that EA would specifically, like, they'd liaison with EA, and EA would, depending on the scope of the game, which regions it's releasing in, which regions they decide to, like, you know, pursue manufacturing and release in, they would have studios that they have agreements with that they...
Oh, yeah, that's what I figured.
Oh, was that all just EA people? Is this now the... Oh. Oh, dear.
Well, is that gonna stop me from...
No. I always find it funny when bad games end up having dedicated things to it. It's like, hey, devs, maybe don't dedicate games to people, just on the off chats. Don't risk it. You might get, like, their ghost coming back from the dead to be like, what the fuck, guys?
Are we looping, or...
No, this is...
No. We just went through the EA credits. These are now the Argonaut credits.
Oh, okay. Because usually in In Memoriam is, like, the last thing you see.
So I guess this is like hundreds of people worked on this. Forget the 100 number. That's just for Argonaut.
John Gay. Is that the John Gay who did Dark Castle?
No idea. We have to ask him.
I'll ask fucking Moby Games real quick. Keep making fun of people in the credits. I need to...
Well, Simon's got there to say something nice. The game had language accessibility staff. Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate for those in those regions who played it, but they got this out in as many languages as possible, I guess.
No, it was not the same Jonathan Gay who did Dark Castle. Well, this is a John Gay who went on to become a engine programmer for a little game by the name of Batman Arkham Asylum, as well as all of its sequels, as well as Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League.
That probably makes sense because Rocksteady is built from a lot of Argonaut people.
Oh, yeah, they saw the experience they had with fucking this game with Catwoman, and they're like, you know, DC properties, you know how to make exciting combat.
Yeah, like, I think the version of Rocksteady that went on to make Urban Chaos Riot Response at some point were an Argonaut specific, like, you know, Argonaut Sheffield or something. I forget the exact place.
By the way, 386 people listed in these credits.
Yeah, this is a huge... Yeah. And Jennifer Hell, not officially one of them. Again, reminder, no voice credit. I don't think anyone got voice credits on this.
We are in like the last fourth of the credits, by the way.
Yeah.
We're approaching the 3/4 mark.
I mean, this should be a sign You know, you can't just throw numbers and money at something if you're like rushing it and making it under duress and whatever conditions Argonauts were in, where they were like, this is it or we're dead. Like, for the company in its situation they were in. Yeah, got some tools.
Oh yeah, there's some fucking tools alright involved in the production of this game, boy howdy. Which I mean,
not
Maynard
Tom Clancy.
Keen.
We got
Maynard Keen.
They didn't get Tom Clancy there, but they did get his brother Tim Clancy. So good for him. Yeah, we got Argonaut's own QA, multiple QA stuff on this.
What if these are procedurally generated credits?
Oh yeah, like they're making the new Castlevania game.
The Dead Cells
they
people.
procedurally generated
Dead Cells.
credits?
Yes.
Okay.
When you beat that game, you get credits that are just randomly generated because they're not real credits.
Best boy.
Yeah, so I think Argonaut Sheffield might be the Rocksteady people.
All right, everybody works at DC Comics. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be the producer. It's gonna be like their liaison, the brand's alignment people
Yep.
who make sure the game doesn't do anything outside of canon or whatever.
Letterer, inker, sketch artist. Come on.
Official thing, Stan Lee. We know he's from a different company, but fair is fair.
Everyone who worked on the movie.
Nope. JJ's brother. A lot of
List the
brothers on
staff
this.
of Metal Gear Solid 2 because they put out a good game and we want to recognize them here as well.
They should have a games we played section like in Danger
Yeah.
Woman.
Mm-hmm.
Games we fucking rocked out to. The bands we listened to. The Sound of Silence. Took a lot of inspiration for them in soundtracking our own game.
Cool website you should visit, crack.com.
Yep, no voice credits on this.
We made it.
Confirmed.
And not a single voice actor credit, which is, again, an asshole move on their part.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you skip that credit unless you're like trying to fuck people out of like some extra amount of money or recognition and just like trying to stifle their opportunities.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics of it, but sometimes when union, like SAG-AFTRA
Like
actors
scabs,
will do...
yeah.
But no, even the ones who work at SAG-AFTRA will sometimes do video game work that is outside of the union, and in those cases they go uncredited. It's a very strange industry.
It's a very stupid industry. Speaking of stupid, hey, look at these schmucks. Look at these doofuses who got conned into playing this game because of a patron poll.
No, yeah, thanks to the patrons. It's always an experience. I'll go for Falter first. I still find it the only interesting thing in this game is not playing it. It's just how it contrasts to Malice. You can see some of the same design flaws, like stuff, just how the studio thinks. But it's just interesting to see that. I feel like this game came out mostly how they intended. You know, might not be polished, might not be fun, but these feel like the, hey, on paper we said we were going to make a game that's kind of like Prince of Persia: Sands of Time, and that's what came out. You know, it doesn't feel like there's levels missing. Doesn't feel like we were warping all over the place and playing with cobbled together assets. But it sucks, you know, just about, if not worse in some places than Malice, in a very different way. And that's fascinating. And then that's the end of the interest. It is really such a slog to play, especially if you were playing it as you would have been at the time. It is. I don't know how games that are trying to copy other games fail so badly at it so often, where it's like, you know, you're just trying to copy how this game plays, and they don't get even like the basic fundamentals right. But
I can understand
they had such
that
a clear
in some way. Like as an artist, like I can look at something and go like, oh yeah, I should do something like that. And if I try, I'm like, oh no, I don't have the skill set to do that. Okay, never mind. I thought I could do it just by looking at it. No, I can't.
Yeah. It's just because it's so obviously trying to do the way Ubisoft were doing those Prince of Persia games, and just the basics of how jumping feels, and the like the swinging platforms and the wall climbing, wall running stuff. It's like none of it feels the way that game does it. And I guess maybe that's their attempt to delineate it, to make it feel its own thing, and that's fails in its own right. I really feel like they should have focused down on one gameplay. Either, go for what would have been like a semi-decent kind of action-y game, or got into the platforming and try and make something as tight as, maybe not even like Prince of Persia Sands of Time, but at least like one of the sequels. Like something of that quality, at least that'd be something. But just how often jumps don't feel like they're meant to line up properly, and you'll lose progress just because, well, whoops, this one-way path didn't line up properly, and for some reason the game never checkpoints. It lets you survive any fall, which maybe that was someone thinking they were being generous, but in actuality it just means you're replaying the same stuff over and over. And then, yeah, like the combat is trying to do something with the gimmick of knocking enemies into the environment and things like that, but it's put together in such a shoddy way that feels like either outside the technical or the design limits of the people making it. So that's why I feel like either you make way better combat and scale down the platforming, or you cut all the platforming and try and make something that plays closer to what would have been like contemporary decent action games of the time. And it's also just a game with like weird presentation as well, like how often music just doesn't play. The way the voice acting on some of the enemies and stuff almost feels like they're making fun of the game they've made, which maybe that was like the one levity the developers got, of just like, we know this is shit, we're just hoping whatever contract we have with Electronic Arts keeps us going, and obviously it didn't. But yeah, this is definitely, for the time, like, egregious. This is what I think most people think licensed games from the era like. It's like, no, they actually were kind of decent for the most part. But this is the dregs. Like, if you wanted to show someone how bad licensed game in this era could be, this is the quintessential one to show them. For me, just yeah, it's all parts of other games done worse. Just play those other games. Just play Prince of Persia. It's great. You don't have to give money to Ubisoft to play if you don't wanna, because I don't. So just however you can get hold of those games, just play them. And yeah, don't play us. Don't play this game. That's the best I could say.
Sharky, you have any thoughts for showing for half of it?
Oh yeah, I'm curious what Sharky thinks from the outside perspective.
Obviously, no hands-on, coming to it late, but what slop? What was a slop? It looked critically unfun to play. So much like perspective problems in a platforming game, like just so much time wasted if you screw one thing up with like either what they should have done is either like maybe not, they didn't even have to kill you. Here's an idea, like have invisible checkpoints along these upward paths, and if you take a big fall, like cut to black, take off like a big chunk of your life and put you back up there.
Right.
Do that too many times, you lose a life.
Yeah.
Right.
I was trying to think, because Prince of Persia gets the magic, they can use the rewind. So I was trying to think, how do you do that without that? And that's it. You nailed it.
I think I pitched that last episode too. Yeah.
This is already a video game, right? Like, there's no real semblance of it being realistic. So, like, yeah, do that. But like the way it is right now, it doesn't even feel like half finished. It feels like quarter finished, if that. Yeah, combat seemed janky and fun. I get what they were trying to do, but it didn't come through. It didn't work. Same with the platforming. Same with like the set pieces. The presentation was awful. Like it was so janky. Yeah, this feels like obviously a game made under duress, but it feels like a game that like didn't even have time to get started being produced. Like this feels, it's hyperbolic, but it feels like an alpha. That's what it seems like from the outside, like a proof.
Yeah,
of
like a
concept
first
almost.
pass. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, like glad I didn't have to play it. I'll say that. But I sympathize with how frustrating this seemed. This seemed like torturous to play. Sounds like it too from y'all were saying. Yeah, I think those are my thoughts. Like I said, they're a little shorter than I'm sure either of yours because didn't touch it. But yeah, bad. Probably not worth playing.
Okay, I guess that means it's my turn. I've said so much already, and so forgive me if I rehash as I try to draw to a conclusion here. So it's bad. It's among the worst. I stand by that. It's going to take a game that is very, 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 very bad to top this in my mind as the worst thing we've played on the show, because it is just so wantonly cruel. They either gave up, never cared in the first place, or were just so horribly out of their element, out of their depth, trying to produce this game with the vision they had for it. The folk at Argonaut Games. Why did they take this project? Why did they take this project in particular? Was it just the only thing that Electronic Arts was offering to them? Because this seems like a game outside of their wheelhouse. I know they had Malice and they wanted to have their game starring, a spunky female who has like quips and catchphrases, but kicks some amount of ass. And that's not like what they were known for at any point prior to this. It feels like they were like cashing in on like some sort of perceived trend in media. I hate to say it. I hate to go down this path. I hate to make the insinuation I'm about to make, but this really does strike me as a very cynical sort of let's capture the kick-ass females demographic because this is a trending thing in Hollywood. If this Catwoman movie is successful, if they're greenlighting movies like this now, it's probably time for us to pivot in that direction as well, so we can say that we were the first or among the first people to make games starring empowered female characters. It feels like that was a major motivating factor. And then it comes time to make the game, right? And their ideas for between this and Malice are like, Malice is, what if girl had big hammer? And this game is, what if girl collected bling? Which, let's talk about, there's like the sexist connotations of, this obviously is true to the character to some extent. I don't think they call it fucking bling in the movie. I'll tell you that much for free. I think that is, outside of just the them not knowing how to write for women. I think it's also them not knowing how to write for black people. I think that's for goddamn certain. I'm fucking going there. I think these people were just completely clueless culturally and were just completely out of their fucking depth. A big part of that is that this is a studio operating out of the UK, Europeans who are just like so hideously out of touch that to even see them use the word bling, they should be 10 million miles away from it and with a fucking restraining order.
There were Warner Brothers and DC people on it. So they were looking at that and going, yep.
Well, whatever. They were checked out too.
Well, I'll reference, if you want to see the movie version of that out of touch stuff, go look up the basketball scene.
Oh, yeah. That's this fucking movie.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Anyway, yeah, so I would say this is, the wrong project for the wrong team. But, if they were actively seeking this out while being as just culturally incompetent as they are, so not the right people for this project, even past the gameplay, just in terms of like media landscape and the characters featured within and trying to write for them in the voice of whatever hack Hollywood screenwriter was writing the Catwoman script and having to come up with their own dialogue and stuff. But anyway, that's somehow the least of this game's issues. I'm somehow dodging the real issue here when it comes to this wrap up. I mean, the real issue is the fucking gameplay and just how it is a complete failure on every level across both the genres it attempts to tackle, between the absolute worst, punishing, unclear, unmotivated platforming I think we've ever fucking seen. Just scenes that make absolutely no sense, puzzles in a million quotation marks that have no real hints or solutions, a awful system for having to scan the environment, crippled fucking camera controls, and absolutely unrelenting punishment of players for daring to fail by sending them back to the fucking ground floor and forcing them to climb up these entirely too fucking long and too fucking tall vertical sections, having to repeat, swinging from poles, all these things that are all themselves, every step along the way of trying to backtrack to where you were is dotted with opportunities to, the more frustrated you get, the sloppier you get, more opportunities to fail and have to go back to square one. And just no consideration made for people at any point. I mean, I had to stop there, but no consideration made for people who are prone to get frustrated with a game, that the more they fail at something, the harder it is for them to like take a step back, analyze what they've done wrong. You know, in the case of Catwoman, it's not what they've done wrong. This is firmly, any issue you have with the platforming is squarely in the court of the game. It's squarely in the court of Argonaut Games, because they just absolutely failed in their implementation of what are, at this point in 2004, were time-tested mechanics. I mean, we knew how to make 3D platformers by this point. We mostly had it down. It wasn't like when they were making fucking Croc Legend of the Gobos, and they were bold innovators in the field who were just figuring out how to do a 3D platformer. They didn't have that excuse anymore. This has been pretty codified, written into like game design law, how you do the things they were trying to do here. We mentioned Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, I should say. And that was still a little cutting edge, but they still had time to like take design cues, to steal that, rip it off wholesale. You get what they were trying to do as a sort of freedom of movement, but while not being so ill-equipped to handle that. So bad at implementing like climbable surfaces and signposting in their levels to make an idea like that pop, to make an idea like that actually work and function in a way that empowers the players and makes them feel like they're in any sort of semblance of control over the player character. Completely failing in that regard. Across the board, every way you can fuck up a 3D platformer is on display here, sort of falling through the fucking ground. So you write that off completely. Then you have this combat, this fucking insipid combat, where you're just knocking people into stuff, but half the time it doesn't work because the combat style of using the right analog stick only goes in the 4 directions, as you brought up before, so it's ridiculously difficult to actually target towards things in the environment, to use your whip to pick things up and toss them. The poor like areas of effect, the areas where you can actually interact with stuff, the tiny windows of opportunity you have, the badly designed environments that are so muddy at times, or so overly bright, or so just poorly textured as to completely lose essential elements that you're meant to use in combat. So you're half the time you're just ignoring that stuff, and half the time you don't need it anyway, because you can just lock basically any basic enemy into a loop just by holding L and pressing attack towards them. That's really all you actually need. So they try to incentivize it with these like, you know, convoluted point systems and tiers of point that you can achieve by doing specific conditions during combat. And it's just like, to what end? I mean, does it make it more fun to incorporate that stuff into the loop? No, it just wastes your fucking time, because it gives you another layer of granularity that you could choose to engage with and just as easily choose not to. And when ultimately choosing not to engage with it makes the combat quicker, and you want to get this game done with as quick as possible, at a certain point you can put all the bells and whistles and taunts and provocations and all this stuff into it. You can design the fuck out of your environments to have a million things that you can knock people into, but ultimately what a player's going to land on is just knocking them into the nearest hole to get rid of the enemy as quickly as possible, to get on with this shit, because there's nothing to look forward to in the combat. It doesn't compel you to continue to play or to drag out those sequences. And maybe realizing that, they decided, well, we'll just artificially extend the sequences instead. We'll have 4 waves of enemies come out in a single room, so that you've absolutely exhausted every single opportunity in the room and are now just forced to ultimately knock them into the nearest hole, which was happening a lot in that last level, and it was so fucking embarrassing. And I was barely even commenting on it because I was on about some other bullshit. I was ranting about something else at that moment in time. So swing back to that now to say, like, yeah, you can't just have one room and repopulate that room 7 times over and expect players to do anything except want to end it as quickly as possible. So you've encouraged the antithesis of your own fucking design. You've not littered that environment with enough objects you can knock people into, to the point where it shows every single hole in your combat. And, you know, when the way that a fight ends is the enemy's just running away, or like jumping into the nearest hole, or knocking them in there yourself, and having the worst possible animations for that, having enemies clip through the fucking environment in clear view of the camera because you've gone and zoomed in on it, at that point, like, when do you realize that you're committing like every game design sin imaginable? When do you recognize that what you've produced is so fucking laughably bad that even if your studio got to live, that you'd have your reputation tarnished forever, that you've completely committed professional suicide, reputational suicide as a studio, by allowing this to come to pass? So the combat's not very good either. And those boss fights, boy howdy, those seemed like a particular kind of fucking hell. There's not a single thing this game does right. Even the presentation, which they were so concerned with because that was their one USP as a developer, was coming up with hot environments with cool lighting effects, and it's still a game that's ugly as sin. And, some of it might be emulation in terms of the weird glowy effects not working. Maybe that's partially to do with emulation. I have seen real hardware footage of this, and it does still have weird bad shimmering effects where those things don't work the way they're intended to. Clearly, it is busted in its implementation, but maybe to a slightly lesser degree. Who's to say? You'd have to try this one on real hardware for yourself to really make those points of comparison. And God knows I ain't doing that at this point. I've done my fucking time with this game. And it still looks bad. Even with all that effort, even with that being the thing that they were supposedly good at, was being masters of 3D since the 90s, they still couldn't make a game that looked halfway decent to its contemporaries, that has any definable style to it, beyond their tilting the fucking camera out of acts of desperation to pretend like they're doing something with the camera, that there's a motivated reason for having it be fixed camera, rather than just hiding the holes in the environment, and probably the fact that they're deloading cells slightly off camera, so we can't have the player see that, so we'll just fucking park the camera here and have it be barely adequate half the time. They
there was that one instance of that hallway where it was very obviously taking you to a different hallway with the same painting, but the dimensions were entirely different.
Yeah.
You were so confused because you were obviously in a different hallway at that point.
So not even smooth. They can't even pull that off at this point. And all this is to say, between the lack of, we can get into every aspect of game design here, the lack of music, the lack of sound effects. They forgot to fucking put sound effects in this game at key points to either clue you in or to make a set piece work and function, to establish any sort of stakes or tension or sense of the environment falling apart around you, as it so often does, as they fall back on the one trick in their bag of running away from the camera and running away from sniper fire or helicopters. They do that trick 4 times, 5 times maybe. It doesn't work any one of those times. And a big part of that is the lack of building suspense or building action, climbing, ascending action that you would use through sound cues. So there's a reason why it's not just man, isn't this boring without music? It's not just boring. It actually actively fails to accentuate the action on screen. It fails to sell these moments that are supposed to be impactful or make you feel cool. So at no point in this do you ever feel like a sly cat burglar. Do you ever feel like Selena Kyle or Patience Phillips or whatever her name is in this movie. In a game that's meant to put you in the leather boots of Catwoman, I did not feel like her. I did not feel like I was in control of this character at any moment in time. So they failed in that basic concept of making you feel like you're performing the actions in the game. It all just feels like pressing buttons, and then things happen on screen that feel completely disconnected from the inputs you're putting into it. So we have that layer of dissonance that fucking reeks and permeates through every aspect of this. The busted checkpointing, where they expect you to do these long stretches of platform, and then they'll toss 3 fucking checkpoints in a row to obviously hide something, some sort of error or some sort of flaws in the level design or scripting or something. I can't even begin to guess, because it's absolutely beyond the pale. It makes absolutely no sense, their placement of these assets and elements. The fact that this game is so short on content, and that so much of it is recycled rooms after recycled rooms, putting the same room and same effective puzzle in your way 4 times in a row, because you have the excuse of this. Half this game takes place in fucking factories and industrial buildings and derelict buildings, which is some of the most uninspired environments that you can possibly have in a video game. And the reason why they're fucking hack is because they're so easy to design, and you can just copy and paste those rooms over and over again. And usually you have to do stuff. A competent developer would do stuff to hide that, or to populate those rooms with something interesting or unique gimmicks that distract from the fact they are just copying the same cell over and over again. But not here. Didn't have time for that. Didn't have budget for that. Didn't have a care in the fucking world to do that. I could go on and on about how every aspect of this game fails.
I do have one question for you.
Sure.
Just came to me.
Yeah.
How does this compare to Batman Dark Tomorrow?
Worse. Batman Dark Tomorrow was busted, but the parts that were most busted, the grappling and the parasol section or whatever, the hang glider section, those are very short sections in that game. If that game was more like Catwoman, that would be half the game. half the game would just be in place of, the bad platforming, they would have the bad grappling so much more often would be the example. They would have had to have severely escalated and increased the amount of that. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, Batman Dark Tomorrow was awful, but at least it was laughably bad. It had a level of unpolished to it. Don't get me wrong, this game is very much unpolished too, but it's just polished enough with its Catwoman model and animations to just be bad. Whereas Batman Dark Tomorrow is laughably bad. You have Batman, who's one of the most iconic characters in fiction, and he has the dinkiest, goofiest little run animation. In fact, he has to handcuff every enemy, which is very much akin to having to knock enemies into holes in this one. But
yeah, I realized how kind of similar they were when I was thinking about it.
Bad time to be a DC fan and a gamer at the same time.
Yeah.
Blahat says, if you died in the snow castle, didn't checkpoint you back to the paragliding section. Yeah.
Yeah. You were wondering why the checkpoint's like that. I think it's to do with that you can save mid-level, so they could only put checkpoints in places where they could get a hard save in, which is, it's not a good reason, but I think that might be why.
So while I could
have hard save and light saves, that's how you fix that.
While I could continue to go down every single aspect and facet of this game's design, I think I'll curb it here and just come to a conclusion, which is that, again, as I said, Argonaut games needed to retire. They needed to get out of the games industry. They should have just accepted that they weren't much longer for this world, started making the efforts to find new jobs in the industry or to splinter their studio into a million pieces so that the employees could find work outside of the studio, start preparing them for that inevitability. Because having their names attached to this, there's a point that needs to be made here. Realistically, finishing this game was good for their careers if they decide to continue in the games industry, because it's another game that they could list as shipped. Ultimately, their motivation to finish this product, maybe their only motivation really, if they all knew the studio was fucking dead and dying, maybe their sole motivation was to say, at least we finished and shipped it, so I could put on my resume that I completed this many games plus one, because we can count this game in that list. Because that is the currency. That is the thing that gets you hired or fired in this industry, is, as a developer, is number of games that you saw through to shipping. That is the metric that people hire and that people hire based off of. So maybe it was in their best interest to finish this game, as reputation annihilating as it may have been. But then who pays for that? The paying consumer. And that's what the point I keep coming back to. The thought in the back of my mind is the poor, unfortunate sap who spent money on and was severely disappointed by this game, who was frustrated, who had their time wasted, who had their allegiance to DC as a brand, or their love of the Catwoman character, or their want to play as Halle Berry, whatever brought them to the dance. They were undoubtedly, unequivocally, across the board, irrevocably disappointed by this game, because this is a game for no one. Because in pursuing both those genres and doing both of them so badly, and mixing up that gameplay and merging those two elements so disparately and badly into one another, and designing so much of it with hooks built in to just waste a player's time, to have them going around in circles and redoing sections of the game over and over again. And the person who pays for that is the consumer, who isn't going to get anything out of this, who's not going to find a iota of enjoyment in this. I mean, what is there to enjoy about this? What does it do right? What feels cool? What's even laughably bad about it? It's just mad bad. It's just the worst kind of bad, which is the two worst kinds of bad are boring bad or infuriating bad. And this game revels in both of those rather than anything that is comedic. Rather than being sloppy in a way that induces laughter, it just frustrates, because it means invariably, if the game breaks down or if something goofy happens in the game, what that probably means is that you've just lost time, that you've just lost minutes on the clock, minutes of your precious life committed to trying to finish this game to get your money's worth out of it. And, I feel acutely for those people. It's such a shame that the incentive existed for this game to be finished rather than canceled, that producers along the way on EA's end let this come to pass, because they wanted to cash in on this movie that they, should have known by this point that, if anyone in the studio sense and the Hollywood sense had a fucking iota of common sense, they realized that movie was going to be a flop and probably should have buried that too. And maybe that would have led to the game being canceled as well, and we would have all been better for it. At least, I mean, whatever. People enjoy the Catwoman movie, ironically, so maybe the world shouldn't have been deprived of that. We got the Halle Berry at the Razzies moment, so that's a cultural milestone. So there is that element to reasons for the movie to have come out.
From what I hear, the movie is honestly worth watching over this, like anything you could get out of this game. The goofiness from the voice acting or glitch stuff was far and few between, for sure.
But yeah, it's just a bad game. Maybe among the worst of all time. Has absolutely earned its rancid reputation. Brings nothing redeeming to the table. Felt like slow death every step along the way. It's offensive to my sensibilities. It executes everything it could execute poorly. There's nothing I can credit as being interesting or innovative. There's no point of charm or point of interest that I can point to be well, at least it tried this, at least it did this. It may have failed in its execution, but it at least tried. It was the little guy trying to make a big game, and I can't even say anything about it because it was a huge studio that was wasting and toiling away and burning resources on games that were destined to be failures from day fucking one, and just putting them out there because we're a studio, we have to work on stuff. We have to have a project in the works so we can keep the lights on here, while not realizing the best thing for everyone involved would be to shut those lights off, shut down the studio, let people get on with their lives. And so they just prolong the inevitable by putting the 100 people or so on this game. And you hope that those people landed all right. You hope that the people who were least competent on that staff got out of games. Because, and I when I say that, assume I'm primarily talking about team leads, creative leads, or people who are directors of departments who failed in their tasks. Because a fucking low-level programmer is a low-level programmer. I'm the guy whose job it was to implement collision meshes, and if they failed in their task, whatever, go on to the next job. It's a specialized skill set. But the people who are in charge of leading people, who led them down this darkened fucking hole into this abyss, they are the ones who really need to feel the pain and seriously reevaluate what their place in this ever-evolving games industry is. Because the other element, if you go through those credits, you'll find a lot of people who've been around since the 90s, a lot of lifers for as long as the life of Argonaut Games was, who had been with them since fucking Starglider in the 80s. And you can only evolve a skill set so much. You can only remain contemporary with advancements in technology for so long. These dudes, a lot of them were pushing 50 or 60 by the time this game had come out already, having been in the industry for so goddamn long. And there's just no way that you can keep up with emerging technologies and game design trends. You can't. At a certain point, an old dog stops learning new tricks. And there is a shelf life on being a game developer, unless you are someone who goes to the pure nostalgia circuit and is in 2026 designing games that look like they run on an Apple II and have that design ethos. But it was just the absolute failure to adapt to changing times, as seen here by a team who had been putting shit out since the microcomputer days, who had peaked in terms of their understanding of technology with producing bespoke chipsets for the SNES, or maybe with Croc and being some of the first to figure out, to flesh out, to trial and error what works and what doesn't in a 3D platformer. And to see them just 6 years, or more 8 years later, because this Croc was 1996, right? I'm getting into specifics here I don't need to get into. But, in that time, a lot fucking changed in 8 years, and this game does not rise to any of those challenges. And how could it get better for them? How are they supposed to improve? Especially if they're stifled by a studio that is not going to change with the times in the way that it needs to. A conclusion we came to with Malice was that a lot of the issues there were creative directors, were people who had strikingly different visions for the game, butting heads with one another, and the technology not scaling with the concepts, with the ever-expanding concepts they had for that game. And you can't say that's what happened here. This was clearly a game that had a very specific scope, a very narrow scope, and it was just all hands on deck to achieve that one singular vision as quickly and efficiently as possible. Whereas the case of Malice was just eyes bigger than their stomachs and competing teams, competing divisions within Argonaut that were not on the same page, were not aligned in any sort of way, shape, or form. And that speaks to a studio that is deeply, deeply troubled, that needed to go out of business for the best interest of everyone involved so they can move on to less toxic, less shitty studios with more ambition, fresher faces, raw talent, eager to prove themselves, rather than this fucking old boys club of fucking stiff British dudes who are so inflexible that they haven't changed their design ethos since the fucking 90s.
And to be fair, that is kind of what happened with this, because at least some part became Rocksteady. And, you know, for a little bit, obviously things changed with Rocksteady as well, but they did go on to innovate in this industry.
So
at least for them,
better or for worse,
this was good for them. Yeah.
I mean, I can get into a whole tangent about how Arkham Combat, you know, completely like stalemated game design to this current day, where we're still feeling the ramifications of an industry all trying to chase the same fucking gameplay. But that's
I don't blame them for that though.
But that's again a whole other tangent. I'm gonna wrap it up by saying, echoing, don't play this game. It's not worth it. It's bad, but not in a funny way. We struggled to milk any sort of comedy value out of this. I feel you guys had jokes, and I appreciate that. I certainly didn't past a certain point. I could only feel the fiery rage and contempt I have for this product, for this software. I don't even want to call it a video game, because that implies a degree of interactivity that this game seems to sorely fucking lack. And the rightful demise of a studio. You may have felt some sympathy for them in the wake of watching the Malice playthrough. I certainly did. I mourned for the game that could have been in what Malice was originally envisioned to be, and the failure to produce that vision, given the circumstances of its development and shifting hands between publishers. You can say this game was developed under a lot of pressure, time pressure, budgetary pressure, staffing pressures, but they had a vision from the start that they all committed to concomitantly, and this is what they turned out. This was their best effort, their best foot forward. This is a team committed to a singular vision and goal, and they still couldn't fucking put it in the hole. They still couldn't put it in. So, what happened, and what happened deserved to happen. And the only comedy value I can mine from this, that this was their best, boy howdy, your best ain't good enough. 0 out of 5. No redeeming qualities, not even ironically. Absolute F tier, bottom slop. Want to forget this game ever fucking happened, that we ever fucking played it for the show. That's where I stand on it. And now it is done. And I will close out of it, and I will also go ahead and delete that from my hard drive, because I am so committed to never even looking at this fucking cover again. I don't even want to be reminded of this piece of steaming fucking cat turd. Awful, 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 awful. Anyhow, that's my piece. That's our collective pieces. Those are our final thoughts on Catwoman. Which means there's a little left to do here, except to say, folks, thanks, I guess, for sticking this one through, for encouraging this in some capacity, for voting for it on the patron poll, for those of you who did. And we'll get to how you can vote in patron polls in just a minute and what our next one might be. I feel like so much worse on the other side of that. Usually there's a sense of relief I get when we finish with a game, a particularly bad game, but I just feel like a lesser person for that. I feel like I failed in some capacity, that I absolutely failed in my mission to cool and chill out that I was aiming for at a certain point. This game set me back This game.
I don't think this was ever going to be the game to help anyone chill out their outlook on life. That's not.
Maybe we should play some good games next on the show.
Well, we have Casual Monday for that, right?
What's that say above my head?
Oh, yeah, the Bad Game Hall of Fame will return. Yeah. But I mean, like, I don't know. We can usually
No, I'm not making fun of you. I'm deflating myself by saying like, let's play some good games. Oh.
Usually we find more to enjoy about a bad game. I hate these playthroughs. I hope they make for good content. I hope like the Schadenfreude, that people do come for that.
Yeah.
But I so much prefer when it's a bad game with
playthrough.
charm that I can like have fun with, that I can even make like straw man defenses for, devil's advocate defense for. I feel like I'm completely just playing into the gimmicks that I fucking hate when we get a game like this. So I do feel a certain way about it. And I'm sorry to those that we disappoint when it comes to this, who are here for the other stuff. But you know what? This game tried to do two different genres and failed at both of them. Hopefully we at least succeed between our two different types of playthrough, which are one, the Schadenfreude ones like this, where we just fucking suffer purely, and then the ones where we get to have a little bit more fun, loosen up a little bit, have fun on both the game's terms and our own terms. The Bad Game Hall of Fame comes in two flavors, and this is a very concentrated flavor of the former variety of the two I listed here. So you never know what you're going to get on the Bad Game Hall of Fame when it comes to these games. It's always a surprise. We hope that alone is enough to keep people tuning in, hopefully. That's all I can promise you.
Consider that the other winner of that patron poll was Top Gun for PSP.
Oh, God, yeah. And that one was just a pure fun one. That one was so joyous. If you want to see the opposite end, if you haven't seen it already, go watch your Top Gun playthrough. Top Gun for the PSP Mini. If you want to see the complete antithesis to this playthrough, if you want to see us just laughing, having a great time, there's a playthrough for you. But we have to bring this one to a close. So let me fly through the stream schedule here to say that Saturday we have tentatively penciled in a fight night. We'll have to decide what games and who's playing for that. At least we have something on the schedule there. Monday, join us for a Casual Monday, the show where we play not so bad games and generally have a good time, shoot the shit, so on and so forth. No current plans for Tuesday. We'll do something. It's always something on the Bad Game Hall of Fame. And Thursday is currently pending on here, but we will have a new Patreon poll up on Patreon and in our Patron Saints channel over on the Discord, where we have a few that we can choose from. Do we want to make a hard commitment to one here? If you see this on the screen, do you guys want to pull the trigger on any one of these? I'm leaning towards this one here. I'm really leaning towards. Any disagreement here?
Oh. Yeah, I'd be cool with that.
Disagree.
You completely disagree?
No, I say I don't particularly disagree.
All right, in that case, I'm gonna commit to it here. The next Patreon poll will be reprehensible remakes. So these are old games with new life breathed into them. The current options I have here, this might be subject to change slightly, are Colossal Cave, the 2023 version of Colossal Cave Adventure, the 2013 version of Double Dragon 2, titled Wander of the Dragons for the Xbox 360, the 2013 remake of Flashback, the 2012 remake of Karateka, the 2020 remake of Panzer Dragoon, titled Panzer Dragoon Remake, and the 2020 re-release of 13, spelled XII in Roman numeral, all particularly reprehensible remakes. So those will be at least some of the options listed there, and we'll have that up for folk to vote on, and we'll have the results prior to Thursday, March 12th, and we will embark on a new journey then. It can't be any worse than this. Any one of those, I know how bad some of those get. I don't think any of them get as bad as this. It would be hard to. Anyhow, if you like what you saw here tonight, shrugging my shoulders, I don't know, I guess, you can join our Discord server, discord.gg/BGHOF, a community of connoisseurs, talk good games, bad games, every game between, things that aren't games. Or on the subject of games, join our Bad Game Club. Folk are currently playing Castlevania on the N64, commiserating, talking about it. Some folk actually enjoying it, appreciating it for its merits. Hey, there's an example of a bad game that has some good parts to it that is arguably a bad game in some circles. I call it a bad game that just so happens to land on some really fun and interesting ideas that you can appreciate the charms of. But I leave that to our community members to figure out for themselves, to experience, and to come away with an appreciation for or frustration therein. You won't know till you try it for yourself, folks. So as we can say about so many bad games, that you really got to try them for yourself to fully understand the depth of them and whether they deserve their reputations or not. But don't play Catwoman. Just take our fucking word for it, please, for your own health and safety. If you really like what we did here tonight, you might consider financially supporting us by subscribing on Twitch, pledging on Patreon, or becoming a member on YouTube. Any or all of the above will grant you access on that Discord server to a Patreon Saints channel, wherein you can vote in polls to determine our playthroughs, the likes of which we just mentioned. You can make suggestions, help steer the direction of the show. We will take you and your recommendations to heart if you happen to pay up for the privilege of it. We will give you exclusive content, primarily by way of VODs, our Casual Monday archives, currently a patron-exclusive perk. 45 episodes of that show in the back catalog that I think are all worth watching in some capacity, in some way or another. There's always something fun on those shows, and we have more stuff cooking in the oven. We're working on those perks, working on furthering the value proposition. Just give us time to cook, folks. And also, by you paying and financially supporting us, you will be personally appreciated, recognized. We will thank you for helping keep the lights on here at the Bad Game Hall of Fame, through thick, through thin, through shit like this. If you can't financially support us, we completely understand. Believe you me. You can help us out for free by going over to our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/@BadGameHallOfFame. Mosey on over to our suggested viewing playlist. 20 handpicked episodes that we think make for good onboarding onto this show of ours. We're always updating the list to have some of our modern bangers. You can find the Top Gun playthrough that we mentioned on that list, because we think that's a particularly fun one. Or another recent one, the Gods and Generals playthrough. That there's a game that is like barely functional, and yet we came away with laughs aplenty and joy in our hearts from it. So I think those ones generally tend to end up on the suggested viewing playlist in place of the ones where it's just us shouting and getting mad. So I think there's a theme there. Anyhow. Or you could recommend this video to someone you know, the cat fancier in your life. Maybe they'll get something out of this. We leave it to your discretion, dear viewer. I'm not even committed to the bit on this one. Don't show this to anyone, please. Unless you need to, like, seriously warn them against playing Catwoman, and this is the only way. Then maybe. But that will do it for our show tonight. That will do it for Catwoman. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I have been Cat Stratch Cassidy.
I've been Jellicle, Johnny Baghead.
I've been definitely still a dog person, Charky.
Oh, we didn't sell you on it at the end of all things here.
No.
You didn't change your mind. Oh, well. Well, on that note, I was going to do like a meow into a bye, but I couldn't figure out a way to transition that. I couldn't find a way to make the drag that sound out. So I'll just say bye.
Toodles.
Sayonara.
There, fuck, it was right there. Right there for the taking. Good for you, Charky.
Bye.